Chapter 1387. What the hell is this? Xiao He blinked, not knowing what to do. Without Yi Qinghan around, he didn't know whether to fight or flee. Just as he was hesitating, the red light had already spread. The entire demonic plane's 18 continents lit up with countless red lights. These red lights formed a strange pattern and shot up into the sky. Suddenly, rays of red light also appeared in the sky, crisscrossing and enveloping the entire demonic plane. It truly became an inescapable net. His heart pounded faster and faster. He could feel a deadly sense of danger looming over him, and he didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He shot up into the sky, trying to escape from the demonic plane through a weak point in space. Hiss hiss. You still want to escape? You've been trapped by the god-trapping formation and you still want to escape? Die. We've used all the power of our sacred world, sacrificed all our descendants, and used so much demonic demon blood to activate the god-trapping formation. If we don't tear you to pieces, won't our descendants have died for nothing? Kill. Devour him and we'll become existences that surpass 9th grade supremes. By then, our sacred world will definitely sweep across the planar battlefield. The glory of our sacred world will be spread across the countless plains of Pangaea. Under the illumination of this red light, the 6 black dragons below that couldn't even move all released a terrifying aura. They all flew up easily and charged toward Xiao He. And the most strange thing was that these black dragons all released a red light, making them look even more ferocious and terrifying. Xiao He flew up into the sky. The moment he touched the red lines in the sky, he felt as if he was struck by lightning. His body trembled in extreme pain. Hearing the words of the demon supremes and sensing their aura, Xiao He completely panicked. He roared in the sky, "Boss, come out." However, apart from the echoes of Xiao He's roars, there was nothing else in the sky. The 6 black dragons below had already caught up. Xiao He had no choice but to turn around and fight with them. But the black dragons, which could not even withstand a single blow from Xiao He, were now glowing with red light. As soon as the blue dragon that Xiao He had transformed into came into contact with their bodies, he immediately felt as if he had touched a red line in the air, as if he had touched a ball of fire. Not only was he unable to corrode them, but they were also beginning to corrode his body and devour the energy in his body. Boss. Xiao He was scared silly. He had experienced countless battles and seen all kinds of big scenes, but he had always been with Yi Qinghan. He never had to think about anything. Yi Qinghan just pointed at him and he would do whatever he wanted. Now that Yi Qinghan wasn't here and he was in such a situation, he panicked. All he could do was run as fast as he could within the demonic plane. There were red lines in all directions, forming an inescapable net that trapped Xiao He inside. The 6 black dragons also chased after Xiao He from all directions. Although Xiao He's speed was fast, the place was sealed and there was only so much he could do. The other party had 6 black dragons. For a time, Xiao He ran into walls everywhere. From time to time he would crash into the red lines or get entangled by the black dragons, causing him to roll in the air in pain. Boss. Xiao He's body kept rolling in the air as he roared in pain. He was like a wild beast that had fallen into a trap filled with spikes. His body was getting weaker and weaker. A small portion of the energy in his body had been devoured by the 6 black dragons. His body, which was originally more than 100,000 meters long, had shrunk to only tens of thousands of meters. His strength was no longer beyond the 9th grade supremacy level. Judging from his aura, he could only be considered a 9th grade supremacy. As for the 6 black dragons, their strength had increased greatly. Their auras were all as powerful as the 3 ancestral devils in the Nephi's abyss. Seeing Xiao He's continuous roars, they all grinned viciously. His boss. So what if your boss is here? Aren't you just waiting to be torn apart by us? Don't worry. If your boss comes out, we will send him off and accompany you to the Azure Sea. Not only that, we will definitely win the next planar war. At that time, with our powerful strength, we will definitely demonize all living beings in the immortal realm and turn them into the lowest level of demons. The 6 black dragons laughed wantonly in the air as they chased after Xiao He like lions chasing a rabbit. Their blood-red eyes were filled with cruelty and malevolence. Is that so? Do you bastards have the ability to do so? Right at this moment, a gentle voice sounded faintly. A fiery red figure suddenly appeared in the north. He walked step by step in the air from the north. His steps were relaxed as if he was walking in his own courtyard. Every step he took seemed to cover a very small distance. However, with just 2 or 3 steps he crossed the entire demonic plain from the far north and arrived in the south. He stood above Xianxia and the 6 black dragons. Boss, you've finally come out. If you hadn't come out, Xianxia would never have seen you again. When the tumbling Xianxia heard Yi Qinghan's voice, his body suddenly trembled. When he saw Yi Qinghan's figure crossing over, he immediately struggled to fly out from between the black dragons. When he condensed into a human form, he looked like a child who had been bullied and saw his parent. His face was pale and aggrieved and he was about to cry. I'm sorry Xianxia, I'm late. Yi Qinghan's expression was still indifferent, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. His gaze swept down like a knife, causing the souls of the 6 black dragons to tremble. Yi Qinghan did not release his aura, but just his gaze made the 6 demon supremes feel invincible and incomparable danger. The 6 demon supremes looked at each other and none of them dared to make the first move. Boss, be careful. They've set up a strange god-confining formation. Also, the red light on their bodies is the same as the god-confining formation. So terrifying. The moment I touched it, the energy in my body flowed away like water. It was swallowed up by them. Xianxia said with lingering fear as he looked at the heavenly prison and earthly net that surrounded them in all directions. He looked down at the red light on the black dragons below and saw that the black dragons did not dare to move under the deterrence of Yi Qinghan's aura. He could not help but look at Yi Qinghan in surprise. He asked in surprise, Boss, you had another breakthrough? Why did your aura become so powerful? I feel like it's more than twice as powerful. Just a slight breakthrough. The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth curled into a smile. Then his eyes became fierce. He looked at the formation in all directions and sneered, Is this *T formation very powerful? Watch me break it easily. As he spoke, Yi Qinghan's body suddenly released a violent aura. The 6 black dragons that could easily fly under Xianxia's full aura and because of the formation's support, were all smashed down, causing the ground to tremble. Yi Qinghan stood tall in the sky. There was no joy or sorrow on his face. His eyes were like lightning and his black hair moved even though there was no wind. His hands danced and the power of cold revolved, condensing into a small palm. As soon as this palm appeared, cracks instantly appeared in the surrounding space. It was as if a thin piece of ice on a lake had been forcefully slapped down by a palm. The cracks were like ugly scars that extended in all directions. It was as if the void had collapsed because of the appearance of this small palm. Go! Shouted Yi Qinghan. His gaze shot up into the sky. The small palm also slowly flew up into the sky. Although it looked very slow, it could travel thousands of kilometers in an instant. Moreover, it grew with the wind. Wherever the palm passed, cracks appeared in the space. By the time the palm reached the large net in the sky, it was already hundreds of thousands of meters wide. The slender white palm covered the sky as if it was about to tear it apart. Boom! The large palm collided with the god-confining formation. The god-confining formation was like a heavenly prison net. At this moment it released a blinding red light. The entire continent lit up and even the black aura in the sky turned red and black. An earth-shattering sound, like a sudden clap of thunder, resounded through the entire demonic plane. At this moment the sky was shaking. At this moment the earth was trembling. At this moment the entire demonic plane was shaking. A destructive aura pressed down from the sky. Xianxia's pale face turned even paler. If Yi Qinghan had not stretched out a hand to grab him, he would have been smashed down by this aura. Xianxia stared dumbfoundedly at the giant palm that easily tore through the constricting spirit quake and continued on its way. Xianxia's expression changed several times as he cried out in disbelief. Boss, this attack of yours. Are you really a 9th grade existence? Don't tell me you've reached the level of a divine emperor or a supreme. Chapter 1388. No. My strength is still far from that of a god emperor supremacy. Yi Qinghan turned around and smiled warmly at Xianxia. He casually withdrew the huge palm in the air and said, Do you still remember that a planar legion was killed by a god emperor supremacy's divine thunder at the peak of Mount Pan? Of course I remember. Xianxia recalled and sighed with lingering fear. I also said that if that divine thunder had struck me, there would have been nothing left of me. Yi Qinghan looked into the sky as if he could see through the demonic plane to the endless void. He said with absolute certainty, I have recently realized something and understood something. I feel that even if a warrior comprehended the 9 ultimate mysteries, it would still be impossible for him to become a god emperor supremacy. Of course, it might be possible if he comprehended the 12 ultimate mysteries. No matter how strong a warrior is, he would not be a match for Pan Xing. This is because Pan Xing can control the laws of heaven and earth of this plane and destroy everything. Xiao He stuck out his tongue and exclaimed, so powerful. Of course it is. All living beings in Pangaea are bound by the laws of heaven and earth of this plane. No matter how a warrior cultivates, he is borrowing the power of heaven and earth to kill his enemies. Pan Xing controls the laws of heaven and earth, absolute control. Tell me, how could anyone be a match for him? Yi Qinghan said with a smile. There was no pressure or depression on his face. Instead he stood proudly in the air. He could even talk about the strongest warrior in Pangaea with ease. Xiao He sensed Yi Qinghan's indifference and asked in surprise, why? Boss, I feel that you have the confidence to deal with Pan Xing? No. Yi Qinghan shook his head and said, at least, not now. Xiao He pondered for a moment and his eyes lit up. He was about to speak when Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said, all right, go down and devour them first. Devour all the energy they stole from you and replenish yourself. Hua Yao and Shui are probably getting impatient. All right. Xiao He grinned. With Yi Qinghan by his side, he no longer had to worry about anything. Wherever Yi Qinghan pointed, he would hit. This made him even happier. The greatest ancestral demon in the fiend realm was the ancestral demon who had obtained the slaughter god saber in the dimensional battlefield. He had spent his entire life to build the god trapping array. It was a god trapping array that could easily trap dozens of 9th grade supreme martial artists. Who would have thought that it would meet a freak like Yi Qinghan who could destroy it with one palm strike? Once the god-locking array was broken, all the red light in the sky and the river of demonic blood underground disappeared. The 6 demon supremes no longer emitted the red light that terrified Xiao He. At this moment, under Yi Qinghan's powerful pressure, they couldn't even move. Mother Asterisker, did you enjoy swallowing this emperor's energy just now? Is it fun to hunt me down? Didn't you want to kill my boss as well? What's wrong? Are they all withered now? You bastards. Let me show you what I'm capable of. Xiao He had almost been killed by the 6 demon supremes earlier. He had been in so much pain that he wanted to die. Now that Yi Qinghan had come out, he had become a vile character who had achieved his ambitions. He transformed into a huge blue dragon and swung his tail. The 10,000-meter-long tail smashed heavily onto the bodies of the 6 demon supremes. Boom. A deep gorge appeared on the ground. The 6 supreme abyssals were smashed into the gorge. Little Black still wasn't satisfied. He twisted his body in the air, and his terrifying tail once again turned into a series of afterimages, smashing down continuously. Once, twice, 10 times. After smashing down 10 times, he finally transformed into a gust of wind and rushed into the ravine. He enveloped the 6 demon supremes, who were badly mutilated but still unable to move. Moreover, he didn't use all his strength to devour them. Instead, he slowly corroded them, preparing to let these demon supremes enjoy the feeling of being roasted over a fire. Yi Qinghan's control of his pressure was very ingenious. It fell directly onto the bodies of the 6 demon supremes, completely unaffected by Xiao He. Xiao He's devouring ability was extremely abnormal to begin with. If it weren't for the god-locking array, these demon supremes wouldn't have been a match for Xiao He. At this time they were in complete despair. They allowed Xiao He to devour the massive amount of energy within their bodies. Hiss! Hiss! Painful howls echoed out from the ravine. Yi Qinghan calmly stood high in the sky, unmoved. He didn't stop Xiao He from venting his anger, allowing him to slowly torture the 6 demon supremes. As he recalled everything he had done in the cold boundary, he couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. In the past few days in the cold boundary, he had done many things and understood many things. He had also guessed some mysteries that had puzzled him for a long time. For example, his abnormal speed of comprehending the mysteries of the laws. For example, his abnormal strength. Right now, he was 100% sure that his strength was directly proportional to the degree of the cold boundary's evolution. In other words, the more perfect the evolution of the cold boundary was, the more powerful the power of cold would be, and the stronger he would be. There was also the speed of comprehending the mysteries of the laws. Although Yi Qinghan couldn't be sure, he had a rough guess. He deduced some principles. If the cold boundary really was a second plate realm, then the cold boundary's evolution would naturally contain some of the heaven and earth laws. This was because the heaven and earth laws were the elements that made up this world. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, these were the basic elements that made up this world. In other words, the reason he could so easily comprehend the mysteries of the laws was not because his talent was abnormal, but because the cold boundary was helping him. The cold boundary and him were one and the same. If the cold boundary automatically evolved and automatically comprehended something, then Yi Qinghan could easily comprehend it. Yi Qinghan concluded that if it weren't for the cold boundary, he absolutely wouldn't have been able to comprehend the mysteries. It would have been even more impossible for him to comprehend them so easily. In the past, when he was comprehending the ultimate mystery of space, Yi Qinghan had been incomparably puzzled. Why was it so easy at the beginning, but at the end when he reached large success he had been stuck for so long? But after he created the spatial vortex and completely stabilized the cold boundary space, he immediately comprehended the ultimate mystery of space to large success. How could there be such a coincidence? Now that the cold boundary space had stabilized, the elements that made up the cold boundary had also stabilized. In other words, the 5 elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were naturally contained within the cold boundary. Thus, Yi Qinghan had been able to comprehend it so easily. As for the other mysteries such as light, life, darkness, and so on, Yi Qinghan couldn't even begin to grasp them. This was because these laws did not exist within the cold boundary. Thus, this was why Yi Qinghan had come to this conclusion. Yi Qinghan concluded that along with the evolution of the cold boundary, he would be able to comprehend more and more mysteries. When the cold boundary's evolution was completed, he would be able to comprehend all 12 mysteries of the laws. Yi Qinghan finally understood why he had a feeling that when the cold boundary's evolution was completed, he would have the confidence to fight against Pan Xing. Because once the evolution was completed, Yi Qinghan would be able to comprehend at least 12 ultimate mysteries, reaching the strength of a god emperor or a supreme. Below, Xianxia was still torturing the 6 devil supremes. Yi Qinghan clenched his fists. His eyes were deep as he looked at the sky and murmured, "Time, what I need is time. Pan Xing, give me 1,000,000 years. If you want to fight, I will fight you." Chapter 1389. It has already been half a month, why haven't father and uncle come out yet? Within the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the demon-swallowing demon and the bunch of juniors were all anxious. On the contrary, Li Shui'er and Yu Qingqing were really calm. They all believed in Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei's strength. They could sweep the planar wars, so how could this small demonic plane be the end of their journey? "Your Majesty, why don't you go in and take a look? You're so strong." The demon-swallowing demon saw that Li Shui'er and the others didn't say anything, so he could only look at Ice Queen. Ice Queen came out after Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei left. Her face was ice cold, no different from before. Now that the demon-swallowing demon said that, everyone turned to look at her. She coughed awkwardly. "Let's wait a little longer. If they still don't come out in 2 days, then I will go in and take a look." The demon-swallowing demon opened his watery eyes and looked at Ice Queen in confusion. "Why do we have to wait for 2 days? Auntie Queen, isn't it the same if you go now?" Ice Queen's face flushed red. She was actually afraid to see Yi Qinghan, but how could she say that? Just as she was hesitating, her consciousness shook and joy appeared on her face. She stood up and exclaimed, "He is out, the Emperor is out." Yu Qingqing and the others looked out of the demonic plane through the Soul Emperor Pavilion. As expected, they saw a red shadow. Amidst their joy, they exchanged glances with one another. They looked at Ice Queen with complicated expressions and smiled bitterly. Yu Qingqing's strength had reached the peak of grade 7 war god. The Rain Empress had broken through to the honorable realm. Yi Yaorao had the ice body and her cultivation speed was really fast. She had reached the peak of grade 6 war god. All of them weren't weak, so how observant were they? The impression that Ice Queen gave them was that she was ice cold like a beautiful ice sculpture. But during this period of time, the weird expression on her face as well as the joy she had when she saw Yi Qinghan couldn't be hidden from them. As women, how could they not see the affection that Ice Queen revealed towards Yi Qinghan? The girls knew Yi Qinghan's character very well. He was soft-hearted and sentimental. If a woman liked him, he wouldn't be able to reject her. Moreover, the Ice Queen was so outstanding. And, in other words, Yi Qinghan couldn't control his second brother. This was Yi Qinghan's weakness, but the women couldn't say anything about it. If Yi Qinghan wasn't passionate, can everyone sit here now? If Yi Qinghan wasn't so outstanding, would everyone fall in love with him? Outstanding men were like fireflies in the night, incomparably eye-catching. How could they not attract bees and butterflies? Thinking of this, all the women felt a little better. Of course, there was still a sour feeling in their hearts. However, Yi Qinghan had already flown over, so the women could only put away the jealousy in their eyes and smile, welcoming Yi Qinghan. Hee. You must be anxious from waiting, right? Yi Qinghan smiled and looked at everyone. When his gaze passed Ice Queen, he paused for a moment before sitting down leisurely. Monster swallowing monster poured tea for him and said with a face full of hope, "Uncle, how is it? Where is my father?" Yi Qinghan drank a mouthful of tea and said calmly, he is fine. All the demons in the demonic plane have been wiped out. Your father is swallowing the demonic energy within. We will be able to enter soon. Woo! The bunch of them sucked in a deep cold breath, their faces filled with shock. The demon swallowing monster's cherry mouth opened wide. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. A super plane that was several times larger than the God world. How many living beings were there? There were billions of warriors in the God world, so many that even if they just stood there for you to kill, who knows how long it would take, much less the demon plane. Originally, everyone thought that Yi Qinghan and Xiao He would enter to kill the peak experts and then let the army enter to slowly clear them out. Who knew that in half a month they had already killed all of them? We didn't kill them, the demons killed themselves. I will explain the specifics in the future. Queen, send a message to Zhu. An hour later, all the armies will enter the demon plane. Prepare to organize an army to clear out all the material planes. Yi Qinghan casually explained and started to give orders. He exchanged glances with Ice Queen and their faces revealed a slight awkwardness. Yu Qingqing and the others exchanged glances with one another and felt a little uncomfortable. As expected, there was something going on between the two of them. Great. I, Yao, am going to lead a group of Yi family troops to conquer the material planes. Yao wants to be a female general. Yao jumped up and cheered. Yi Qinghan's children also revealed expressions of eagerness. Yi Qinghan took in a deep breath and nodded his head. This time all of you can follow the army. However, you won't be a general, you will be a normal warrior. I won't send an expert to protect all of you, so all of you have to be careful. If you get demonized by the demonic energy, I won't be able to save all of you. Understood, uncle? Yes, father. Yi Qinghan's children nodded their heads. Their gazes were firm and passionate. As Yi Qinghan's children, they lived a luxurious life. The resources and treasures that they obtained were something that no young master or mistress could compare to. However, they had never experienced life and death battles. They felt that there was no point in cultivating. If they couldn't enjoy hot-blooded battles, could they still be considered warriors? Qinghan, brother, big brother. Yu Qingqing, Yi Qingyu, and Li Shui. Saw that Yi Qinghan didn't seem to be joking and became anxious. How could a battle with a demon be a joke? If they were demonized, who could save them? Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said firmly, "No need to say more. I have decided. If they don't experience blood and fire, they will never grow up. The descendants of Yi Qinghan can't even kill some insignificant low-level demons? Won't people laugh their heads off if this gets out?" An hour later, the Soul Emperor Pavilion and the Beast God Hall slowly approached the demonic plane. As they approached the demonic plane, the Soul Emperor Pavilion stopped flying. The Beast God Hall flashed with light as groups of Divine Realm warriors were teleported out. Then these warriors flew into the demonic plane from the nearby weak points in the space. Whoosh! There were only a few near the weak points in the space, so the army's speed was very slow. In the distance, a spatial blade current whizzed over. Zhu quickly put the army that hadn't entered into the Beast God Hall. When the spatial blade current passed, they continued to teleport out and entered the demonic plane in an orderly manner. The Beast God Hall couldn't rotate, so they couldn't directly enter the demonic plane. After a few hours, the millions of Divine Realm warriors in the Beast God Hall finally entered the demonic plane. Zhu flashed out, put away the Beast God Hall and teleported into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Under the control of Yi Qingyu, the Soul Emperor Pavilion began to rotate wildly, piercing into the demonic plane from the weak points in the space, and finally landing outside the main city of Auguland in the north. Wow. This is the demonic plane? It's really big. Our divine realm has finally conquered the demonic plane. This Miss Yao Yao will be recorded in the history books and leave my name in the annals. As soon as the demon devourer came out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he immediately shouted and pulled Yi Zishi and Yi Qingyu to fly around, looking around. The 10 million Divine Realm army warriors didn't move. They just stood silently in the air above Auguland, looking at the desolate ancient demonic plane. Countless people had tears streaming down their faces as they witnessed this historic moment. How many years had it been? The Divine Realm army had finally set foot on the territory of a different plane. And it was the demonic plane that had invaded the Divine Realm for millions of years. Chapter 1390. The warriors of the Divine Realm are to be divided into 1,000 legions. The 1 million Yi family army is to be divided into 1,000 squads. Every single one of them is to enter the material plane through the transportation formations. Kill all the demonic creatures you encounter and disperse the demonic aura by force. Yi Qinghan's orders were passed down one by one. The map of the demonic plane in his hands had already been drawn by Lei Zhen. It was divided into 1,000 parts and each material plane was marked out. As for what kind of material planes the 1,000 legions would occupy, the mobilization of the legions and countless other trivial matters, Yi Qinghan did not care. He left them all to Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi and Lei Zhen had studied for a long time. Over the years they already had a plan in mind. They immediately divided the 1 million Yi family army into 1,000 squads and placed them in the 1,000 legions as the commanders. 1,000 legions began to be transported to the material planes from the transportation formations on the various continents in an orderly manner. The purge of the demonic plane had begun. Years ago Yi Qinghan and Xiao He had swept through hundreds of material planes. They were well aware that there were not many experts in the material planes. The strongest material planes only had a few Asuras, comparable to the 5th and 6th grade war gods of the Divine Realm. The commanders of the 1,000 legions in the Divine Realm were all peak 7th grade war gods or venerables. The lowest among the Yi family army was a 6th grade war god. In other words, within these 1,000 legions, there were at least 1,000 6th grade war gods. Such a powerful force was enough to easily sweep through the material planes. The demon devourer demons Yi Zishi and the others were all arranged in the legions according to Yi Qinghan's instructions. However, Zhu Yi secretly made some arrangements. She arranged for Yi Qinghan's children and the demon devourer demons to be in one legion. The commander of that legion was a venerable. There were 10 peak 7th grade war gods and dozens of 7th grade war gods. Although Yu Qingqing and Li Shui didn't come to find Zhu Yi didn't want these golden branches and jade leaves to suffer any harm. Otherwise, even if Yi Qinghan didn't blame her, his women's white jades were enough to kill her instantly. Yi Qinghan and the others stayed in the Soul Emperor Pavilion and waited for the reports of success. Monarch Windmoon led a group of array formation masters and began constructing the transmission array. This teleportation array needed to be directly connected to the teleportation array in the God World's Flame Dragon City. With such a long distance, it could be said to be a super huge teleportation array. Fortunately, in ancient times, the God Realm had conquered countless large planes, and they had left behind experience in building super long-distance teleportation arrays. Wind Moon Monarch and a few formation masters had researched for a long time and had an 80% chance of success. Qingqing, if you want to tour the demon realm, you can walk around. There are no living creatures in the demon realm, and all the demonic aura has been devoured by Xiao He. This demon realm is incomparably safe and there are some good scenic spots. Yi Qinghan sat in the Soul Emperor Pavilion and smiled as he spoke to Yu Qingqing and the others. Yu Qingqing and the others came here to have fun. Instead of staying in the Soul Emperor Pavilion all day, they might as well stay in the God Realm. Alright, let's all go out for a walk. If there's anything, we will send a message to you. Yu Qingqing and the others looked at each other and were delighted. They all stood up and rushed outside as if they were afraid that Yi Qinghan would go back on his words. Li Shui saw Xiao He sloppily sitting beside Yi Qinghan, leisurely nibbling on a spirit fruit. She gave him a look and said, "Xiao He, let's go. Accompany us to play." "What's so fun about it? You guys go and play." Xiao He shook his head. He had already explored the entire demon realm. Although there were a few places with good scenery, there were no beauties. He didn't want to accompany them to wander around. Are you coming? Li Shui's air was annoyed when she heard that. Her eyes bulged and she said viciously. Once Li Shui flew into a rage, Little Black immediately withered. He smiled flatteringly and grabbed a few fruits before following her. Yi Qinghan obviously knew what she was thinking about and what she was planning. They were definitely worried about the demon swallowing demon and the others, so they ran to the material plane to protect them. With Xiao He around, who could harm those kids? Kiki them. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly and glanced at Ice Queen, who was the only one sitting in the hall. He noticed that she was looking over, so he retracted his gaze. He picked up his tea and acted like he was in deep thought. While Yu Qingqing and the others were planning, wasn't Yi Qinghan also planning his own? He had always wanted to explain to Ice Queen about the misunderstanding that day and apologize. With Yu Qingqing and the others here, he wouldn't be able to do many things. Emperor Bing Mayer will take her leave first. Ice Queen's face was ice cold. She looked at Yi Qinghan and then shifted her gaze. She took in a deep breath and felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward. After bowing, she turned around and left. Just as Yi Qinghan was thinking about what to say, he noticed that Ice Queen had already disappeared from the hall. He placed down his hand that was in midair. He said half a sentence before shutting his mouth in depression. Should I go and explain to her? Damn this. What kind of nonsense is this? Yi Qinghan stood up and paced around the hall. He started to worry. It was hard for him to find a chance, but he didn't grasp it. In the future, when Yu Qingqing and the others returned, how would he have a chance to find Ice Queen alone? Yi Qinghan, you bastard, you bastard. In the West Wind Hall beside West Liang Hall, Ice Queen's face was red as she scolded viciously. She wasn't a fool, and of course she sensed the weird gazes from Yu Qingqing and the others. Along with her guilty conscience, she didn't dare to face them and felt really ashamed. Yi Qinghan brought people. Zhu Yi was in charge of the army while Wind Moon Monarch was in charge of building the teleportation formation. Only she didn't do anything at all. It was like she was here to play with her wives. This made her feel more awkward and even more suspicious. She felt like everyone was looking at her with weird gazes. She felt really wronged and furious. However, she had no place to vent it and could only suppress it. Originally, she had an indescribable feeling towards Yi Qinghan, which made her heart even more flustered. Sha sha sha. Footsteps spread from outside the hall. Ice Queen's expression changed. Her face was as cold as ice, but a look of joy flashed in her eyes. She didn't need to check to know who it was. Such heavy footsteps, apart from Yi Qinghan, who was embarrassed to enter. Who else could it be? Yi Qinghan walked in sneakily. He saw Ice Queen sitting there and not even looking at him. He scratched his head and rubbed his hands. Hee, Your Majesty, how are you? Why is your face so dark? Are you in a bad mood? Did that bastard bully you? Tell me, I will help you vent your anger. A smile flashed in Ice Queen's eyes, but she suppressed it. Her face was still cold and she didn't bother about Yi Qinghan. God damn it. Yi Qinghan's observation skills were really good. Looking at the smile that flashed in Ice Queen's eyes, he knew that there was a chance. His face sunk and he smacked the table. He said in rage, Did Wind Moon Monarch, that bastard, offend you? I will capture him and beat him up to help you vent your anger. Still not satisfied? Why don't I castrate him? Puchi. Ice Queen couldn't take it anymore and burst out laughing. She glanced at Yi Qinghan. Her brows were filled with charm. Her full breast shook because of her laughter. She was so beautiful that Yi Qinghan was stunned. Ice Queen looked at Yi Qinghan's burning gaze that was staring at her breasts. Her embarrassment turned into rage. She stared and turned around. She said viciously, It wasn't Wind Moon Monarch, it was a bastard called Yi Qinghan. Please help me castrate him. Chapter 1391. When he heard Ice Queen's words, Yi Qinghan felt a chill down his spine. He thought to himself, the ancients said that a woman's heart was the most vicious. As expected, it was true. His eyes turned and he relaxed a lot. Since Ice Queen could make such a dirty joke, it meant that she wasn't angry at him. The atmosphere wasn't so awkward anymore and instead became really charming. A smile flashed in his eyes. His face tensed up and he nodded his head. He said solemnly, Yi Qinghan? This name is a little familiar, but I remember that he is tall, handsome, casual, and has a good personality. Queen, are you sure it is him? Pui. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen someone like you. Ice Queen burst out laughing once more. She laughed so hard that her body trembled. Her eyes were filled with charm. Yi Qinghan was dazzled by her beauty. He thought to himself that the name Icy Beauty was indeed not wrong. She was originally like an iceberg, but when she suddenly revealed her charm, it was actually so soul-stirring, causing one's soul to be engulfed in ecstasy. Idiot. When the Ice Queen saw Yi Qinghan's eyes staring straight at her, she felt a wave of joy in her heart and a wave of shyness. She sighed softly, her eyes were like spring, causing one's heart to flutter. Her expression was like that of a young lady, along with her beautiful face, caused Yi Qinghan's eyes to stare straight at her. Yi Qinghan stared for a while, making Ice Queen feel really uncomfortable. Seeing that her embarrassment turned into rage, he retracted his gaze and took in a deep breath. He scratched his head and said, "Queen, I came here today to apologize to you. I didn't mean to disrespect you. Last time and the time before that were all a misunderstanding. It's not like you don't know the situation at that time. It was purely a coincidence. It was a perfect time and place. No. Lightning from the heavens and fire from the earth, that's not right. How do you say that? Right. It's dry wood and blazing fire. Pooey. That's not right." When Ice Queen heard that Yi Qinghan specially came to apologize, she was delighted. But when she heard that, she felt that something wasn't right. In the end, black lines appeared on her forehead and her face turned green and white. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She glanced at Yi Qinghan and saw a flash of a smile in his eyes. She immediately came to her senses. Yi Qinghan wasn't apologizing. He was obviously teasing her. She immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. She waved her small fists and pounded on Yi Qinghan's chest. She did not hold back and pounded on his chest, viciously releasing all the grievances she had suffered in the past few days. Stop hitting me. My bones are broken." Yi Qinghan didn't retaliate. He acted like he was going to fall to the ground. Ice Queen was chasing him and fell onto his body. She didn't care and continued to beat him until Yi Qinghan's face was filled with pain. His chest caved in like his ribs were really broken by her. Emperor, are you okay? I may or didn't do it on purpose. I didn't use so much strength. What happened to your chest? Why, Emperor, you lied to me again. I hate you to death." Ice Queen was moved. When she saw the huge hole in Yi Qinghan's chest, she was frightened and panicked. She didn't notice that half of her body was leaning on Yi Qinghan's body. At this moment she thought about it and understood. She didn't even use god power, so how could she break Yi Qinghan's bones? Moreover, Yi Qinghan had the soul ring protecting him, so what injuries couldn't he recover from? Yi Qinghan hugged Ice Queen and felt her snow-like skin. He felt good from head to toe. How could he not see that Ice Queen had feelings for him? He had seen her naked and touched her, so he had to take responsibility, right? As a man he had to take responsibility, right? Yi Qinghan always told himself that a man could be bad, but he couldn't be bad. He had to take responsibility. When he had to attack, he definitely wouldn't hold back. Although he was grabbing a warm and fragrant jade. "Let me go, Yi Qinghan, let me go, you bad guy." Ice Queen tried her best to struggle, but she was unable to break free from Yi Qinghan's clutches. Her face was red. Because she struggled, her hair was messy and her clothes were messy, making her look even more alluring. No, I won't let go. Just submit to this great empress. I will treat you sincerely. I have liked you for a long time. You know that I am a reserved person and not good at expressing myself. I don't like to take the initiative." When Yi Qinghan heard that, he felt that there was hope. The more a woman was like that, the happier she would be. Wasn't Yi Qinggu like that in the past? Don't want to stop? Thus Yi Qinghan didn't stop. He hugged Ice Queen tightly, one hand covering her full butt and the other pressing the back of her head. He raised his head and kissed her. Ice Queen's mind went blank once more. She used her hands and tools to solve problems, so she had no resistance against such methods from men. She was called Bing Mei. Her personality was as passionate as fire. Once she got emotional, she would go crazy. However, she was born on the island of ice and snow and had cultivated the secret ice and snow techniques. Coupled with her high status, no one had ever dared to blaspheme her. Now that she had met Yi Qinghan's nemesis, she had no other choice but to succumb. Yi Qinghan didn't have time to care about the Ice Queen's thoughts. He was currently using his undressing ability to strip himself and the Ice Queen naked. 3 seconds. It was hard to imagine that a person laying on the ground with a girl on top of him used just 3 seconds to strip the two of them naked. If this ability was spread out, the entire God world and Pan world would be shocked. Ice Queen's body went soft from Yi Qinghan's wild kiss. She had no strength at all and her mind was in a mess. She didn't know that she had turned into a naked little lamb and was being carried by Yi Qinghan towards the bed. Her snow-like skin felt cold in his hands. It felt like he was touching a piece of white jade. His entire body felt cold. Especially the 2 giant white jade pieces which made Yi Qinghan love them so much that he couldn't put them down. Woo! Ice Queen felt like her body was being filled up by a scalding object. She felt really comfortable. Compared to when she used her hands and tools. Who knew how much more comfortable it was? She instinctively wanted to be reserved and resist. But when the words reached her mouth, they turned into alluring moans. Ice and fire started to mix and soar up to the 9 heavens. Ice and fire 9 heavens. At this moment, everything was going according to plan. Dry wood burned like fire, lightning from the heavens stirred up the flames from the earth. Once it started, it couldn't be stopped. 2 hungry man and woman, a crazed lamb and a ravenous wolf, launched an incomparably savage battle of life and death in the West Wind Pavilion. The battlefield changed from the bed to the table to the ground and then to the window. Smoke spread in the air and thunder rumbled. Occasionally there were cries of pain, roars of rage and grunts of pain. It made one's blood boil and they couldn't control themselves. A long time passed. The wind and rain stopped and the West Wind Pavilion finally regained its peace. A man and a woman were lying in each other's arms. From inside, an extremely cliché dialogue began to spread out. It was a dialogue that would occur when a man and a woman crossed that line. Emperor, will you love Mei-er forever? Of course. Emperor, will you treat Mei-er well forever? Of course. Emperor, you are so nice. Of course. Emperor, why do you keep saying these 2 words? Of course. No. Chapter 1392. Emperor. Are you there? In the West Wind Great Palace, a tender and pleasant voice sounded. The Seoul Emperor Pavilion was placed outside of Aogu City, and the transmission gate was wide open. Outsiders could enter and exit at will, but there was a small team of experts guarding outside and ordinary people could not enter. Yi Qinghan was in the West Wind Hall and was prepared to continue with Ice Queen. During this half a month the 2 of them had enjoyed doing this. They were shocked by the familiar voice. Their spiritual senses sensed that the restrictions in the hall were opened and the voice came from a voice transmission mechanism. The 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly put on their clothes. When Ice Queen heard Zhu Yi's voice, how would she dare to meet her? Yi Qinghan dressed himself neatly and walked out in high spirits. He walked out and pressed the mechanism to close the door. He said calmly, "Let's go, let's talk in the main hall." Zhu Yi was as intelligent as a demon. Her beautiful eyes spun a few times and she nodded her head. However, the smile on her face made her look like a cunning fox. When they walked into the main hall, Yi Qinghan sat down on the main seat. He drank some tea and said calmly, "Yi, what is the matter? Why are you so surprised?" Zhu Yi smiled mischievously. He Emperor is guilty. I didn't spoil your plans, right? Did you succeed?" Yi Qinghan's face turned red from Zhu Yi's stare and he raged. "If you have something to say, just say it. Are you itching for a beating? If you don't do it for 3 days, are you going to go to the roof?" "Kiki. If Emperor wants to beat me, I will be happy." Zhu Yi winked at him and teased him again. Then she said, "Great Emperor, could it be that the experts of the Fiend Domain sent a message to inform you? Or is there another reason? Just now, the teleportation formations in countless material planes that were connected to this place were all destroyed. 1,000 armies have only wiped out 3 to 4 rounds. They only cleared out thousands of evil demon beings and now most of them can't be teleported. There's such a thing? Let's go take a look." Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows, then immediately stood up and walked out. Zhu Yi hurriedly followed. "Greetings, Emperor." Yi Qinghan first went to Augulu City. Augulu Continent had hundreds of thousands of subsidiary planes, and Augulu North City had a spacious area with hundreds of thousands of small teleportation portals. At this moment, there were more than 100 legions of 10,000 people standing in the square in a daze. Yi Qinghan scanned the area and saw that countless teleportation arrays had dimmed. This was a sign that the other end of the teleportation array had been destroyed. At this moment, the few remaining teleportation arrays slowly dimmed. Emperor, do you want to send people to occupy the material planes that haven't been destroyed? Zhu Yi's eyes turned as she asked. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment before waving his hand and said, "No need. If they happen to be teleporting and the other party happened to destroy the teleportation formation, these 10,000 people would be torn into a spatial crack. With their strength, how could they escape? Send the message. All legions stop conquering the material planes and wait for orders." Zhu Yi immediately summoned the messenger soldier next to her and sent a message to the 18 continents. Yi Qinghan scanned with his divine sense, paused for a moment and said, "Let the army rest where they are. I'll go ask Lord Windmoon first." Yi Qinghan teleported away and went to the central continent's main city. Lord Windmoon was leading a team of spellmasters to set up a super teleportation array. "Greetings, Emperor." Lord Windmoon and the others immediately stopped what they were doing and saluted when they saw Yi Qinghan coming. Yi Qinghan asked directly, "The demon material plane's teleportation array has been destroyed, and the army can't teleport there. Is there any way?" This. Lord Windmoon and the spellmasters looked at each other and shook their heads. "Emperor, the material plane's teleportation array is only connected to one side. If one side is destroyed, it's useless. There's no other way. If we want to go to the material planes, we can only go through the endless void." Yi Qinghan felt a headache. They had only fought for half a month now and they had only attacked 3 or 4 times. That meant they had only destroyed a few thousand planes. There were at least 1 million material planes in the demon plane. If they wanted to go through the endless void, they would have to rely on Soul Emperor Pavilion and Beast God Palace. How long would that take? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment before his eyes brightened. He said, "Go through the endless void? Wind Moon Monarch, do you have a way to make some flying tools? For example, the flying phoenix you made before. It doesn't need to be fast or have strong defenses. It just needs to be able to resist the spatial blade current and carry people. Of course, it has to be easy to make. Otherwise, with just Soul Emperor Pavilion and Beast God Palace, how long would it take to conquer the demon plane? It doesn't need to be fast or have strong defenses. It just needs to be able to resist the spatial blade current and carry people." Wind Moon Monarch pondered for a moment before saying, "This is easy, but I don't have that many materials. If Emperor can give me enough materials and bring my disciples here, I can make it." "Materials?" Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "The materials are easy. You first build this transmission array with all your strength. Once it is done, I will return to the God Realm and bring you a large amount of materials from Flame Dragon City. Then I will bring your disciples here." After discussing some details, Yi Qinghan teleported back to Aogu City. He discovered that Yu Qingqing and the others had returned to Soul Emperor Pavilion because Yi Qinghan ordered them to stop fighting. A group of children were excitedly discussing the battle with the demons. "Oh, Father." Once Yi Qinghan returned, a group of people immediately surrounded him in joy. Demon Devourer shook Yi Qinghan's arm and said, "Uncle, why did you stop fighting? Yao Yao still hasn't killed enough demons. Uncle, you don't know how powerful Yao Yao is. Those demon creatures look so fierce and powerful. But with a casual attack from Yao Yao, they turned into powder. Hehe. Hehe. Don't worry, there are some problems. After a while you can continue fighting." Yi Qinghan rubbed Yao Yao's head and walked in to talk to everyone about what had happened. Xiao He raised his eyebrows and said, "Boss, won't that take a long time? Even if Monarch Wind Moon creates a large number of flying machines, there are so many demonic planes. I'm afraid it will take tens of thousands of years to exterminate them all." "Who cares if it takes tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years?" Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said, "When everything here is stabilized, I will transfer a few 9th grade war gods over. When that time comes, we will return to the God Realm and let the army slowly fight. In any case, there are no more experts in the demonic plane. Destruction is only a matter of time." While everyone was chatting, Zhu Yi returned again. She discussed with Yi Qinghan for a while and decided to take advantage of the time Monarch Wind Moon was building the super transmission array. They would gather an army of 10 million to overthrow and rebuild all the cities in the demon realm. They would also plant the flowers, trees, and seeds from the God realm that the Soul Emperor Pavilion had brought. Once the transmission array was built, they would begin migrating over and completely turn the demon realm into a second god realm. The buildings in the demon realm were incomparably tall and their architectural style was not suitable for humans to live in. There were no green plants in the demon realm. All of them were pitch-black trees. The army of 10 million moved together and demolished all the cities in the demon realm. They built cities in the style of the god realm. Countless grass seeds were scattered, and the demon realm became verdant and full of vitality. It was estimated that it would not be long before the demon world completely changed, becoming a paradise for humans several times larger than the divine world. Chapter 1393. The teleportation formation is completed? Let's go take a look. A year and a half later, Wind Moon Monarch sent a message that the teleportation formation was completed. Yi Qinghan immediately brought a bunch of people out of Seoul Emperor Pavilion. The continent in the center of the demon plain was already named Frost Night Continent. The original city was torn down and a majestic Frost Night City was built. That giant teleportation formation was on the square of Frost Night City. Uncle, father, mother, aunties, you are all here. Look, the teleportation formation is completed. We can return to God World and Demon World. Yao Yao and Xiao Hei's personalities were the same. She was someone who couldn't stay still. She snuck out from Seoul Emperor Pavilion long ago and came to this newly built Frost Night City to play. Wind Moon Monarch, how is the situation? Yi Qinghan rubbed Yao Yao's head and turned to Wind Moon Monarch. Wind Moon Monarch's face was filled with pride. After all, this was the first time in millions of years that a super teleportation formation was built. Moreover, it was built by him. He said emotionally, Emperor, I have tested it many times and there are no problems at all. However, each teleportation consumes large amounts of energy. Each teleportation will take at least a month to recover. So long? Yi Qinghan frowned and asked, is there no way to shorten the time? No, for such a huge teleportation formation, 1 month is already considered very short. Wind Moon Monarch shook his head. However, in the future we can build a transfer formation between the two planes. We can build a few more in the material planes and desolate areas to shorten the distance. Then we will be able to teleport continuously. This super teleportation formation should be used as an emergency teleportation. Like large amounts of immigrants, we can use the transfer formation to teleport over. I will teleport back first. Xiao Hei, you stay here. All of you stay here. Wind Moon Monarch and I will teleport back. Yi Qinghan instructed and Ice Queen's voice spread into his ears. Emperor, I will follow you back. Don't you get along well with Qingqing and the others? Yi Qinghan sent a weird voice transmission over. During this year, although he didn't expose the matter between him and the Ice Queen, Yi Qinghan was shocked. However, Yu Qingqing and the others were well aware of their relationship. Yi Qinghan would go to the Ice Queen to discuss matters whenever he had nothing to do. Even the most innocent Yi Qingyu Pandora could see that something was wrong with the two of them. Everyone treated the Ice Queen more warmly. Since Yi Qinghan had accepted it, there was nothing they could do about it. Who asked Yi Qinghan to always be unable to control his fellow? Could it be that he was chained up? Ice Queen immediately transmitted her voice. No, Qingqing and the others treat me really well. However, I am cold and afraid that they will misunderstand that I am treating them coldly. I'd better go back to the Ice and Snow Island. As long as you have time, come and see me. All right, let's go together. Yi Qinghan nodded his head. He brought the Ice Queen and Wind Moon Monarch into the teleportation formation. God power shot out from Wind Moon Monarch's hand and into the formation. A light surged into the sky, so blinding that no one in Cold Night City could open their eyes. The light shone for almost an hour before the 3 figures inside disappeared into the teleportation array. The light gradually faded and the teleportation array became dim. Damn, this teleportation array is making me dizzy. A white light shone in front of Yi Qinghan's eyes like he was being sucked in by a black hole. He felt really dizzy. Who knew how long passed before the white light disappeared? Welcome back, Emperor. Greetings to the 2 monarchs. The teleportation formation that connected to the demonic plane was built long ago. It was outside of Flame Dragon Saint City and the teleportation formation was protected by the army. The light shone for a long time and it shocked the people in the city as well as all the experts in the God world. Many people knelt down outside the teleportation formation. Their faces were filled with joy and their eyes were filled with excitement. The fact that Yi Qinghan was able to teleport back meant that the demonic plane had been taken down. Little Han, did you succeed? Although Lei Jin had guessed the result, he still couldn't help but ask. Seeing Yi Qinghan nod his head, he revealed a gratified smile. Although the main force of this battle was Yi Qinghan and the others, Lei Jin had put in a lot of effort and he was filled with anticipation. Emperor is so strong, Emperor Xiaohe is so strong, monarchs are so strong. Numerous martial artists cheered at the same time. Their faces were red and they were filled with joy. There were even more martial artists who had tears streaming down their faces. How glorious was the god world in the past. The number one plane of Pangaea, it ruled dozens of planes and shook the entire Pangaea. But, after the 10 ancient gods were wiped out, the god world couldn't recover. If not for Battle Emperor, the god world would have fallen long ago. But the god world suffered from the invasion of the demonic plane for millions of years. How many people turned into demons? How many beasts rebelled and demons descended? How many martial artists were killed? The people of the god world were afraid that one day the god world would become a paradise for demons. Everyone would be demonized and the god world would become history. However, tens of thousands of years ago, a green-robed young man from the Fire Dragon continent came to the god world and everything changed. The young man brought a very strange beast with him and did not yield to fate. He fought his way to the top and became the emperor of the god world. He saved the god world from the threat of the demonic plane. Now he led the martial artists of the god world to conquer other planes and returned with glory. The name of Emperor Han Yi once again resounded in the god world. Under Lei Jin's command, the god world started to get busy. Countless materials for the construction of the Flying Phoenix were collected. Countless families started to gather in the holy city, requesting to migrate to the demonic plane and help the god world suppress the demonic plane forever. Of course, Lei Jin wasn't a fool. How could he believe the high-sounding words of these families? The demonic plane was so big, but now it was empty. The first batch of families to go there would receive a lot of resources and privileges. Maybe after a few million years, the demonic plane would become strong enough to challenge the god world. Therefore, the warriors that Lei Jin chose did not belong to the big families. They were all from small families and low-level warriors. Of course, he also chose many races that had fast reproduction so that they could quickly spread their branches and prosper. Yi Qinghan didn't care about these trivial matters. In his opinion, he and Xiaohe were so strong that as long as Pan Xing didn't act against him, his lifespan was almost limitless. In front of his and Xiaohe's strength, all plots and schemes were useless. They could be suppressed with a flip of their hands. However, in order to be conservative, the Yi family, Li family, Lei family, Rain Butterfly family, Ice Snow family and other families that had relations with Yi Qinghan all chose some of their disciples to go there. If they were attacked, they wouldn't be completely annihilated. 3 months later, Yi Qinghan brought countless materials, Wind Moon Sovereign, his dozens of disciples, and tens of thousands of the first batch of immigrants to the demonic plane. They stepped into the transmission array and were sent to the demonic plane. After arriving at the demonic plane, Wind Moon Sovereign immediately brought a group of disciples and got busy building large flying phoenixes. Although they were bigger, their speed and defense were far inferior. They only had one advantage: they were easy to build. With a huge amount of materials and enough manpower, the first flying phoenix was completed half a month later. With the template, the construction speed became faster and faster. They began to mass-produce them. A year later, the first batch of 100 flying phoenixes brought 1 million god world martial artists to the endless void. They flew to the countless material planes outside the demonic plane and began their journey to occupy the demonic plane. Chapter 1394. As I guessed, even without Yaoji's help to enter the 5th level of soul quietude, I can still easily comprehend the profound mysteries. How many years has it been? Only 20 or 30,000 years. I comprehended the ultimate profound of the earth element. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are the basic elements that make up the world. The cold realm itself contains these 5 elemental laws. In truth, I didn't comprehend them myself, but the cold realm. I was just flipping through a book and refining a divine crystal. In the demon world's Frost Night City, there was also a rooftop. There was also a rack of grapes on the rooftop. Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged under the rack of grapes, muttering to himself. 28,000 years might be an unreachable amount of time for mortals, but for a deity-rank powerhouse, it was just the blink of an eye. The immortal world's army was still clearing material planes. Yi Qinghan was overseeing the demon world, while Xiao He was accompanying a group of juniors to train. However, Xiao He, Li Shui'er, and Yi Qinggu were all in hiding. They wouldn't appear until the most dangerous moment. Yi Qinghan had been in seclusion for 28,000 years. When he came out, he had comprehended the ultimate profound of the law of earth. The ultimate profound was no ordinary profound. In order to comprehend the ultimate profound, one had to comprehend all 6 high-rank profound mysteries of the earth element. Only then could they attack the ultimate profound. Therefore, in these 28,000 years, Yi Qinghan had not only comprehended one ultimate profound, but also 6 high-rank profound mysteries. This speed of comprehension was absolutely shocking if it was spread out. Moreover, it was a powerhouse above level 9 like him. Yi Qinghan didn't have the slightest hint of arrogance, because this wasn't something he had comprehended at all. It was equivalent to him flipping through a book, even though the cold realm was also his. His divine sense swept through the great emperor's residence. He found that only Yu Qingqing and Yi Yaorao were in seclusion. Other than Zhu Yi, who was still handling military affairs, the others weren't here. They were probably accompanying the children to conquer material planes. Yi Qinghan stood up and moved around a bit. He found that his body was a bit rusty, so he didn't teleport anymore. Instead, he strode into the mansion. Yu Qingqing and Yi Yaorao were in seclusion, so Yi Qinghan did not disturb them. He walked straight into Zhu Yi's side hall. "Great Emperor, you're out of seclusion?" "Yi, I've been in seclusion for so long this time. I miss Yi to death." Before they even entered the side hall, a fragrant breeze wafted over. Zhu Yi's hands were wrapped around Yi Qinghan's neck, and a pair of sturdy thighs directly clamped onto his waist. Her face was full of joy. Yi Qinghan patted Zhu Yi's perky buttocks and hugged her to sit on the lion chair. He gave her a lingering wet kiss and said with a smile, "Hi Yi, you've worked hard during this period." "Not at all. Yi is very happy to be able to work for the great emperor." Zhu Yi's face was filled with a sweet smile, as if she was a young girl who had just experienced love for the first time. "Little vixen." Yi Qinghan stroked Zhu Yi's beautiful hair, his eyes full of love. He pondered for a moment and then asked, "How is the conquest of the material planes going?" Zhu Yi jumped down and poured a cup of tea for Yi Qinghan. Then she said, "It's going well. The nearby planes have all been eliminated and there isn't much resistance. Now we're clearing out the planes that are further away. The journey is long and the flying birds are slow, so we can only clear them slowly. But recently a strange matter came back." "What strange matter?" Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows and asked. "The material planes were filled with weaklings. What kind of accident could happen?" Zhu Yi furrowed her brows and said, "A month and a half ago, a legion in the west suddenly crushed an emergency jade talisman. At that time, Lord Xiao Hei's legion had just returned, so I sent Xiao He to take a look. There has been no news yet. The Soul Emperor Pavilion's restrictions can send messages back, but there has been no news yet. Great Emperor Yi is a little worried." "Crushed an emergency jade talisman?" Yi Qinghan's expression turned solemn. The distance in the endless void was too far. Without the cooperation of a powerful restriction, there was no way to send a message back. Every legion could only carry an emergency jade talisman. Something happened, they could crush the jade talisman to send a warning. What powerhouses could there be in the material planes? Could there be a fish that slipped through the net, a rank 9? However, since Xiao He had brought people there, Yi Qinghan was relieved. In this plate realm, besides the God Emperor and Supreme, no one could hurt him. Unless it was a super terrifying array like the one in the demon world. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was fast, and there was a powerful restriction inside that could send messages over super long distances. It wouldn't be long before news came back. "Don't worry. Xiao He can handle it." Yi Qinghan held Zhu Yi's soft and smooth hand and let her sit on his thigh. His hands and feet became naughty again, reaching into Zhu Yi's robe and enjoying the pair of warm and fragrant jades. Heavenly Emperor, Yu Yi was the most wanton. She was aroused by Yi Qinghan's casual touch. Her eyes were like silk, her breath was heavy and her hair was messy. She was like a seductive night cat. "Hee, you're wet so quickly. You're a vixen indeed." Yi Qinghan grinned. He was very clear about Zhu Yi's excitement. He deliberately teased her, but he did not move. He admired Zhu Yi's aroused look, extremely satisfied. "Buzz." Zhu Yi's body had already turned into a pile of mush. Yi Qinghan was also aroused. He was about to draw his sword and kill Zhu Yi. The communication jade talisman on Zhu Yi suddenly vibrated. Heavenly Emperor, it's a message from Xiao He. Although Zhu Yi did not want to check the communication jade talisman, she knew that this communication jade talisman could not be sent by ordinary people. She could only struggle to get up. She did not tidy up her messy clothes, revealing her white flesh. She took off the talisman and scanned it with her divine sense. Her face immediately darkened. She exclaimed, Heavenly Emperor, Xiao He said that they are fighting with powerhouses from other planes. A different plane legion is attacking the material plane of the demon realm. Our legion was destroyed by them. He sent a message asking for your opinion. Powerhouses from other planes? How can there be powerhouses from other planes? Yi Qinghan withdrew his hand in surprise. He asked doubtfully, how can other planes attack the demon realm? Aren't they afraid of the God Emperor punishing them? Also, is it an army from another plane? Zhu Yi pondered for a moment. She scanned the message again and said, this is a Fey plane. They cultivate the elemental law of wind. They are in the west of the demon realm. I'm not sure about their overall strength. As for why they attacked the demon realm, I don't think it's against the rules. Otherwise they would not be so bold. The God Emperor will kill people. I guess they also participated in the last planar war and won. They also chose the demon realm as the plane to attack. It's not like there hasn't been two planes attacking one plane in history. There's such a thing? Yi Qinghan was amused. He said with a smile, then can we attack the Fey plane? If we can, I will take people to occupy that plane. Of course not. Zhu Yi said with certainty, it's fine if we fight with them in the demon realm. It's also fine if we go to their plane to kill some people. But if we dare to occupy their plane and the God Emperor finds out, the divine realm will be finished. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. He grinned and said, if that's the case, send a message to Xiao He and tell him to beat them up. Those who don't obey, kill them all. I'll go there right now. If they dare to fight with me for territory, aren't they courting death? Chapter 1395. Yi Qinghan did not know how to control the beast god Hull, so Zhu Yi could only put aside the matter at hand. He called Monarch Wind Moon over and had her guard over Frost Night City. He also ordered her to postpone the invasion of the material planes and send out countless flying phoenixes to patrol the Devil Realm. Defense was the main priority. Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi flew out of the endless void through the weak point of the space. Zhu Yi took out the Beast God Palace, which turned into a meteor and flew towards the west. Although there were many material planes in the demon realm, and many places were very far away, Zhu Yi flew the Beast God Temple with all her might, so it wasn't too far away. In just half a month they arrived near the plane Xiao He sent messages to. I didn't see them. Take a look around and send a message to ask. Yi Qinghan spread out his divine sense to the limit, searching the void for millions of miles around him, but he didn't find anything. After flying around for a while, Zhou Xian still didn't find anything. Instead he continued flying west for millions of li and a message came in. Great Emperor, they are in the Dark Night Plane. It's a mid-grade existential plane in the northwest. Zhu Yi immediately exclaimed. Go! Yi Qinghan shouted in a deep voice. The Beast God Palace made a beautiful arc and flew towards the northwest. The Dark Night Plane was the only mid-level plane in the west of the Demon Realm. The Fiend Realm was several times larger than the Divine Realm, and there were 7 or 8 mid-grade existential planes similar to the Secret Realm of Reincarnation. At this moment the Night Plane was in a stalemate. The two armies glared at each other, not daring to make a move. The leader of the group was a handsome young man. His white clothes fluttered in the wind and he carried a 2-meter-long sword on his back. His aura was terrifying and his face was filled with killing intent. Behind him were all black-armored martial artists. There were tens of thousands of them and they were all brimming with killing intent. However, they stood behind the white-robed young man in an orderly manner. They didn't make a move, or rather, they didn't dare to make a move. Their opponents were all members of the Fey race and there were more than 100,000 of them. At the very front was a man and a woman, and looking at their auras, they were actually at the 9th grade supreme level. The Fey clansmen, whether they were men or women, were all exceptionally beautiful. Their figures were well proportioned and they had a pair of wings on their backs. They were like fairies that walked out of the jungle. However, the wings were black and looked somewhat evil. Release Yao Yao Yi Zishi and the Immortal Realm's martial artists. Otherwise, this great emperor will make your fairy realm completely annihilated. Xiao Hei's expression was very cold. He had never been so angry before. He had just received the message from Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi, which made him even more furious. He didn't care about the Fae invading the demon world at all. He thought that with his own strength, no matter how many Fae came, they would all die. They encountered several Fae legions and were easily swept away by him. It was just that, when they were fighting in a material plane, the demon devourer demon and Yi Zishi wanted to follow an army into battle, but he didn't mind. As before, he led his men to stand guard outside the void. In the end, he fell for the Fae's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain and was lured away by these two 9th-grade supreme martial artists of the Fae race in front of him. The demon devourer demon, Yi Zishi, and the 10,000 soldiers of the immortal world were all ambushed and captured by the Fae army. Xiao Hei had always felt very guilty about the demon devourer demon. After he transformed, he doted on Yao Yao incomparably. He gave her whatever she wanted, and no matter what she asked, he didn't dare to object. He practically held her in the palm of his hand, afraid that she would drop, and held her in his mouth, afraid that she would melt. But now she was captured by the Fae? And even Yi Qinghan's daughter? Yi Qinghan was coming, and Xiao Hei didn't know how to face him. The anger on Xiao Hei's body was about to tear the nearby void apart. But he didn't dare to move. If he hurt Yao Yao and Yi Zishi, or if he forced the other party into a corner and killed them, he didn't dare to think about what would happen. The 9th-grade supreme martial artist of the Fae race snorted coldly and said indifferently, "I can release them. The immortal world army will withdraw from the demon plane. And make your commander of the plane swear a divine emperor blood oath never to be enemies with the Fae race. This king will release them immediately." Xiao Hei was anxious. How much time did the immortal world army spend to attack the demon plane? How much wealth did they spend? How many warriors died? If they gave away such a large piece of territory just like that, how would Yi Qinghan answer to the people of the immortal world when he returned to the immortal world? But if he didn't agree to their conditions, what would he do if they killed Yao Yao and Yi Zishi? For a moment, Xiao Hei was so worried that his head was about to explode. "Xiao Hei, tell him to wait for Qinghan to come. You said you're not the commander of the immortal world." As Yi Zishi's mother, Fireworks was very calm and quietly transmitted her voice to Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei immediately said, "I can't make the decision on this matter. My boss is coming soon. He's the emperor of the immortal world. Only he can make the decision on this matter." The green-haired 9th-grade supreme martial artist of the Fae race laughed coldly and said, "Fine. This king will wait for a month. If there's no reply in a month, I'll immediately order the execution of all the captives. As for those two beautiful girls, hee." After the two 9th-grade supreme martial artists of the Fae race finished speaking, they went straight into a palace in the army. Xiao Hei flew into a rage, but he didn't dare to move recklessly because he didn't know where Yao Yao and Yi Zishi were at this moment. Even if he killed these people, it would be useless. "Bastards of the Fae race, if you dare to harm a single hair on them, I swear I'll kill all of you Fae race." Xiao Hei roared a few words, but the other party didn't respond at all. The group could only return to the Soul Emperor Pavilion to discuss countermeasures. Although Xiao Hei had the strength of a 9th-grade supreme martial artist, Fireworks, Li Shui, and the others were all intelligent women. In the immortal world army, there was no lack of lord prefects who dominated a prefecture in the immortal world. But after discussing for a while, everyone was at their wits' end and didn't dare to move recklessly. Fortunately, they heard that Yi Qinghan had rushed over, so they put their hopes on him. With the emperor around, all enemies were fleeting clouds. History proved that there was only one outcome for those who went against the emperor, and that was death. Let's first transmit the details of the matter to Qinghan. Ask him for his opinion. Fireworks's eyes were full of worry. Her only daughter had been captured by the Fae race, and her heart was bleeding. But she was afraid that Xiao Hei would impulsively go out to kill people and harm the two of them, so she didn't dare to show her anxiety and worry. Alright. Seeing that everyone nodded, Yi Qingyu immediately activated the restrictions of the Soul Emperor Pavilion and contacted Zhu Yi. "What? Mother ***. The Fae race, do you want to die?" Zhu Yi, fly at full speed. "I want to crush all of the Fae race to death." Zhu Yi told Yi Qinghan the news that Yi Qingyu had transmitted. As expected, Yi Qinghan was furious. The power of cold revolved at full speed, and his killing intent soared to the sky. If it weren't for the fact that this place wasn't far from the Dark Night Plane, he would have flown over by himself. Emperor, please calm down. If you rush over like this, not only will you not be able to save the two ladies, but you will also harm them. Although Zhu Yi's expression was solemn, she didn't lose her composure. Her cold eyes quickly turned and she said, "Little Yu has explained the situation very clearly. The two ladies are not in the Dark Night Plane right now, and they don't know where exactly they are. If you rush over and kill that group of people, the two ladies will be in danger." Then what should we do? Yi Qinghan thought about it and forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. His eyes were cold as he asked. Zhu Yi saw that Yi Qinghan had calmed down and didn't immediately go berserk. She breathed a sigh of relief and her eyes lit up with wisdom. She analyzed, "Emperor, don't be anxious. Since the Fey Plane wants to negotiate, that means that before the negotiations break down, they will not touch a single hair on the two ladies. They have fought with Emperor Xiaohe before, and they know the strength of Emperor Xiaohe, so they don't dare to move. They don't have the guts to declare war on all the planes in the God realm. They only want the demonic plane." Then what should we do? Hand over the demonic plane to them? Impossible. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and decisively said, "The God realm does not belong to me, Yi Qinghan. The demonic plane has wasted so much manpower, material resources and financial resources, and you want me to give it to them? How can I explain this to the people of the God realm when I go back?" Zhu Yi was silent. After a moment she smiled like a fox and confidently said, "Emperor, I have a way. You go immediately. Go to the Fey Plane. I will handle the situation here. I won't let the two ladies come to any harm." Go to the Fey Plane for what? Yi Qinghan was confused by anger and he couldn't think straight for a moment. At this moment he needed to make a decision and Zhu Yi told him to leave? Zhu Yi's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness and she faintly said, "Kill people, kill half of the Fey powerhouses, capture the other half." Chapter 1396. Greetings, Empress. A month later, the Dark Night Plane finally welcomed the Divine Realm's Empress. What surprised the Fairy Plane's two ninth-grade supreme martial artists was that the Divine Realm's Empress was actually a woman. Furthermore, there wasn't the slightest trace of an expert's aura on his body. However, his every movement carried a graceful and luxurious aura of a superior. Zhu Yi had already come to an agreement with Little Black and the others. She faintly glanced at the Fey army and said, "Rise." With that said, Zhu Yi ignored the countless divine senses from the Fey Plane and led the group of people into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The Fairy Plane powerhouses looked at each other. Was the Divine Realm's Empress so indifferent to the lives of those two noble ladies? Could it be that the white-robed powerhouse did not have a high status in the Divine Realm? But the white-robed young man was so powerful. How could his status be low? Could it be that the Divine Realm's Empress was stronger than the white-robed man? For a moment the fairy powerhouses were nervous. Xiaohe's strength was too terrifying. In the previous battles he had easily killed 7 or 8 powerhouses from their plane, including a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. If the Empress forcefully suppressed the white-robed young man, their lives would be in danger. "Zhu Yi, what the hell are you doing? Boss, if by any chance you harm Yao Yao and Zishi, I can only die 1,000 times." As soon as they entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Xiaohe shouted anxiously. The group of women and juniors looked at Zhu Yi nervously. Yi Qinghan did not come. Instead he sent a message to Zhu Yi to negotiate with the Fairy Plane on his behalf. Everyone felt that they had lost their leader. "Don't worry. Empress Xiaohe, I promise to return you 2 alive and kicking ladies. Believe me, I can save them. The Empress has agreed. I am in charge here." Zhu Yi smiled faintly. Her eyes were full of wisdom. Her calm demeanor made everyone feel slightly relieved. Xiaohe recalled Yi Qinghan's message and knew that this queen had always been extremely intelligent. He nodded and said, "All right, as long as I can save Yao Yao and Zishi, I'll do anything you want me to." "That's fine. Send someone to tell the Fairy Plane that I'm tired from rushing over and will talk to them after resting for half a month. All of you stay in the Soul Emperor Pavilion and don't go out. Also have the scouts pay full attention to the movements of the Fae. If there is anything strange, immediately report back." Zhu Yi gave a few orders and smiled like a little fox. Although everyone was worried, they didn't question it. they obediently stayed in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Xiu. In the endless void, a fiery red figure was flying at a terrifying speed. Yi Qinghan circulated the power of frost and flew at full speed. How terrifying was his speed! Even the spatial blade-shattering stream couldn't catch up to him. In just a second he had traveled millions of miles. Yi Qinghan didn't have a destination and kept flying west. He didn't have the phase plane map, so he could only fly west in a daze. His face was emotionless, but his heart was incomparably anxious. Yao Yao was Xiao Hei's only daughter. He was very clear about Xiao Hei's feelings for Yao Yao. Besides, he also had his own precious daughter Yi Zixi. According to Zhu Yi's plan, the faster and more beautiful he was, the safer Yao Yao and Yi Zixi would be, and the sooner they could escape the clutches of the demons. He thought about the two delicate ladies being imprisoned, tied up and suffering by the Fae. Yi Qinghan wanted nothing more than to smash the nearby material plane with a punch. But he couldn't do anything. He could only fly quickly and dejectedly. Half a month later, Zhu Yi finally walked out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion under the expectant gazes of the Fae. Fireworks and the others didn't follow. They only brought Xiao Hei. Commander of the Fae, come out and talk. Zhu Yi flew in the air. She still didn't condense her aura, so no one could see her depth. Her first words made all the Fae powerhouses furious. The Emperor of the God Realm? Asked the two ninth-grade Supremes. They were afraid of Xiao Hei's terrifying aura. They suppressed their anger and flew out. Zhu Yi raised her head and didn't look at the two ninth-grade Supremes. She said coldly, "Let my people go and get out of the demonic plane. Otherwise, this great emperor will make your fairy plane barren and kill everyone. We won't occupy your plane, but killing people is fine, right?" But the two Fae powerhouses were enraged, their complexions changing several times. Murderous aura surged from their bodies. They were supreme powerhouses in the Fae plane. They were below only one and above tens of thousands. How could they be looked down upon like this? The green-haired male Fae commander, who could make women blush with shame, locked his murderous eyes on Zhu Yi. He glared at her and snorted. "So there's no room for negotiation? You want to fight to the death? Then I can only destroy the flowers. Get ready to collect the bodies of those two ladies." Zhu Yi sneered. "Just give the order, Xiao Hei. If they dare to attack, they will kill the entire army of the Fae plane. Send my order. Mobilize the army from the God Realm and attack the Fae plane. Let all the powerhouses of the Fae plane be buried with your daughter." As soon as Zhu Yi finished speaking, a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the two ninth-grade Supremes. Their bodies, which were flying toward the palace, immediately shrank. If it was really as Zhu Yi said, not to mention the other powerhouses of the God Realm, just Xiao Hei alone could kill or injure a lot of the powerhouses of the Fae race. Although the ruler of the Fae race was powerful, they weren't sure if he was Xiao Hei's match. If the God Realm still had a few powerhouses at the level of Xiao Hei, then... God damn it! Just when the two ninth-grade Supremes were at a loss and didn't know whether to advance or retreat, Xiao Hei suddenly knelt before Zhu Yi and wailed sorrowfully, "Emperor, please save Yao Yao. Xiao Hei is willing to be at your beck and call forever to repay your great kindness." The eyes of the two ninth-grade Supremes of the Fae race lit up, but their faces instantly darkened. How smart was Zhu Yi? Although she didn't look at the two Fae commanders, her divine senses were always locked on them. She sneered secretly but pretended to sigh helplessly. "Alas. Get up. If it wasn't for you, do you think I would negotiate with them? I would have killed them all long ago." Zhu Yi pondered for a moment. She turned her head and looked at the two ninth-grade Supremes of the Fae race for the first time. She said proudly, "I'll give Xiao Hei face. You captured 30,000 people from the God Realm, so I'll give you 300,000 material planes. If you occupy 10 material planes, I'll let one person go. When you completely occupy them, both sides swear a divine emperor blood oath not to attack each other. How about that?" The two ninth-grade Supremes of the Fae race looked at each other, unable to hide the joy in their eyes. A divine emperor blood oath was the highest oath in the world of nirvana. A great emperor of a plane couldn't make an oath recklessly. Moreover, the two were intimidated by Zhu Yi's imposing manner and Xiao Hei's powerful martial strength. It was already a perfect ending for them. Immediately, the green-haired Fae commander's eyes lit up. She said loudly, "The Fae plane wants all the 600,000 material planes west of the demonic plane. Occupy 2 and let one person go." After that, both sides swear a divine emperor blood oath to release the two ladies immediately. Deal. But, if Xiao Hei's daughter is harmed in the slightest, just wait for Xiao Hei's crazy revenge. Zhu Yi's eyes flashed with the light of her scheme succeeding. She said proudly. Then she turned and left with Xiao Hei. After entering the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Zhu Yi immediately smiled faintly. Xiao Hei, don't worry. The day your boss returns will be the day these people perish. By the time they occupy 600,000 material planes, your boss will be back. Chapter 1397. These Fae can fly in the endless void as long as they reach the Emperor God level? They have the ability to defend against the space-shattering sword stream? In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Zhu Yi received a message from the patrolling army outside the Dark Night Plane and asked Xiao Hei and the others curiously. At first she thought that the fairy plane also relied on flying tools to fly in the void. She did not expect that the fairy plane would constantly have armies flying here. Even Emperor God-level martial artists could easily fly in the void. Xiao Hei had seen the fairy plane martial artists in the void and explained, they cultivate the wind element. They seem to have a magical power that can form a rotating air current on the surface of their body. When the space-shattering sword stream attacks come, the rotating air current can easily change the direction of the attack and the body cannot be hurt. Zhu Yi said with relief, I see. Little you, send a message to the Wind Moon Monarch and have all the Divine World armies retreat to the Demon Plane. We will return to the Demon Plane immediately. Without Xiao Hei I will not be at ease. Leave one army here to monitor the fairy plane. As long as this army does not provoke us, the fairy plane will not have the guts to touch us. Zhu Yi immediately sent people over and made arrangements with the fairy plane. All the people from the divine world withdrew from the west of the demon plane. They only sent one army to be a witness and take back the martial artists who were released. 3 days later, Zhu Yi took the unwilling Xiao Hei and the others to the demon plane. Although Xiao Hei and the others were very unwilling, they also knew that the enemy had a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. Without Xiao Hei overseeing the demonic plane, if they were to be ambushed, the immortal world army that had come this time would definitely be annihilated. Let's go and wait for Qinghan to come back. Sister Zhu Yi said that nothing will happen. It is good to let the two children suffer so they will not be so naughty in the future. Firework comforted Li Shui'er and urged Yi Qingyu to control the Soul Emperor Pavilion to fly to the demon plane. As she spoke she could not help but cry. Xiao Hei looked at the group of women who were crying and gritted his teeth. Fairy plane, wait for boss to come back. You will suffer the wrath of this great emperor. There's a mid-level realm over there? Yi Qinghan flew west for almost a month. Along the way he spread out his divine sense and avoided the Fey legions. But as he saw a middle-level plane he hesitated. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of capturing several Fey clansmen and asking them about the terrain of the Fey plane, and then finding the Fey plane. However, Yi Qinghan did not make a move for fear of alerting the enemy. At this moment, there was an intermediate plane and it was clearly a plane occupied by the Fey. It was very likely that there was a teleportation portal that led directly to the fairy plane. That was why Yi Qinghan was hesitating. Are we going to make a move? Yi Qinghan hesitated. If he took action himself, although he could easily control this plane, it was very likely that he would alert the enemy. However, if there was a teleportation array he would be able to reach the fairy plane immediately. Let's risk it. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and decided to take a gamble. Otherwise he would not be able to continue searching like this. Zhu Yi had only given him 10 years' time. The escape form, which had not been used for a long time, was activated. Although it was operated by the power of cold, it was the same as operating with divine power. Yi Qinghan did not dare to hope that the other level 9 would not be able to detect it. At the same time, Yi Qinghan's body began to transform using the divine crystal. He did not want to be recognized as a human from the divine plane. His head became triangular and his muscles condensed into pieces of scales. He looked like a monster. He quietly slipped into this middle-level realm through the weak space. As soon as he entered, 2 divine senses swept over. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. He knew that when a martial artist reached level 9 he would be given the power of heaven and earth. This Fey would be given the power of wind. By relying on the wind element in the world they could easily detect him. Now that he had been discovered, Yi Qinghan would not be polite. He operated the power of cold to the fullest, and his divine sense radiated to the limit. In an instant he locked onto 2 level 9 powerhouses in a large city, and a great pressure directly suppressed them. The pressure enveloped the entire large city. Boom! In the largest city 2 figures shot out. They were the 2 lower level 9 Fey powerhouses who had discovered Yi Qinghan. They were directly suppressed by this pressure, and their bodies immediately fell down, smashing 2 holes in the 2 houses below. There really is a teleportation array. I wonder if it's to the fairy plane? Yi Qinghan did not have time to pay attention to the 2 lower level 9 Fey. His eyes were like lightning locked onto the 2 teleportation arrays in the city. Alien plane creature. Countless Fey clansmen looked at the terrifying red figure in the sky with incomparable horror. They felt an aura that was even more suffocating than their king's, and they were incomparably terrified. Swoosh! Yi Qinghan's body turned into a shadow and appeared on the tallest building in the city. Then his divine sense locked onto the 2 lower level 9 powerhouses, reducing the pressure in the city a little, and shouted, "Get out!" Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 figures shot out from the 2 buildings like cannonballs. In midair, the 2 wings on their backs flapped rapidly, turning into 4 phantoms. The surface of their bodies suddenly emitted streams of air, revolving around the 2 in a regular pattern, making it difficult for people to see the 2 clearly. At the same time, the wind elements between heaven and earth gathered toward the 2. Countless wind blades were immediately formed, shooting toward Yi Qinghan. Humph! Yi Qinghan snorted coldly. He did not even use the power of cold to attack. A strange light flashed in his eyes and the soul illusion was activated. Suddenly, millions of Fey clan martial artists in the city immediately fell into the soul illusion. How could the soul of a great perfection be a joke? The 2 lower level 9 Fey immediately froze, looking around with incomparable horror in their eyes. They found that there was nothing but a vast expanse of whiteness between heaven and earth. Well, in the next second, a scale-covered hand appeared in each of their worlds. It suddenly reached out and moved as fast as lightning. Before the 2 of them could react, it easily grabbed their necks. A strange force immediately drilled into their bodies and sealed their divine crystals. Where do these 2 teleportation arrays go? Yi Qinghan could easily pinch a level 9 supreme martial artist to death, much less these lower level 9 martial artists. His eyes were cold as he grabbed one of the lower level 9 Fey martial artists and asked coldly. His voice was like the cold wind of the 9 netherworlds, making the 2 feel cold all over. Humph! The 2 Fey were also quite arrogant. They kept their mouths shut, stubbornly refusing to say a word. Believe it or not, this young master can kill all of your tens of millions of people in this dimension. You don't believe it? I can immediately turn this city into ashes. Yi Qinghan's face was even colder. The murderous aura from his body made the millions of Fey clan martial artists in the city stand on end. The weaker ones were even shivering in fear. At this moment, the power of cold surrounded them, and they felt an aura of destruction as if it was the end of the world. Don't. My lord. You are so powerful, why bother to make things difficult for those low-level martial artists? If you want to kill, just kill us. A lower level 9 Fey powerhouse whose face was more beautiful than a woman's, was scared pale and said through gritted teeth. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and said, I don't want to kill anyone. I just accidentally entered the space black hole. Now I want to find a way back to my poison dragon dimension. I will ask one last time, where do these 2 teleportation arrays go? Hearing this, the Fey powerhouse said happily, the poison dragon plane? Which direction is your dimension? My lord, these 2 teleportation arrays, one is to our Fey dimension and the other is to the demon realm. Fey dimension? Very good. I heard that my dimension is in the west. Open the teleportation array and send me to the Fey dimension, then I will let you go. Yi Qinghan was secretly happy, but he maintained his composure and continued to bluff. Very well. My lord, our Fey dimension has no intention of becoming enemies with a powerhouse of your level. I hope you will let us go. Otherwise our king will not let you go. The Fey powerhouse could not play any tricks. Moreover, Yi Qinghan was alone and there were so many powerhouses in the Fey dimension. Their king had just made a breakthrough, and his strength was much stronger than a 9th-grade supreme being. They were not afraid of this monster messing around. Your king? Yi Qinghan was overjoyed in his heart, but on the surface he didn't think it was difficult. If your king does not make things difficult for me, I will not be enemies with you. Of course, if your king attacks me, I am not afraid. The teleportation array lit up. Yi Qinghan and the two Fey powerhouses disappeared in the teleportation array under the frightened gazes of millions of Fey. After being teleported to the Fey dimension, Yi Qinghan swept his divine sense and was overjoyed. The power of cold surrounded his body, and the fire god battle armor activated. Under the horrified gazes of the two Fey powerhouses, his body began to change back to human form. He looked up and laughed. I'm sorry, I lied to you just now. I am not from the poison dragon dimension, I am from the divine realm. Moreover, I am not just passing by, I came here specifically to kill people. Tell your king to come out and die. Chapter 1398. The fairy plane was not big, a little smaller than the divine realm, but it had a large population. All the people in the plane were from the fairy race with only a small number of other races, but they were all of inferior status. The Fae had many powerhouses and a massive amount of resources. Their reproduction rate was also extremely fast and they had many powerhouses. Yi Qinghan's divine sense casually swept out and he could detect dozens of 9th-grade powerhouses. There were even 3 9th-grade supremes. In addition to the 2 9th-grade supreme martial artists who attacked the night plane, and the 9th-grade supreme martial artist who was killed by Xiao He, there were 6 9th-grade supreme martial artists in the fairy plane. Could be considered a pretty strong plane. Most importantly, the Fairy King's strength had reached the peak of 9th-grade Supreme Martial Artist, and his aura was even stronger than Xianxia's, similar to that of the snake-headed beast-man. With such a strong expert, it would be very easy to defeat them in the plain battlefield. However, when Yi Qinghan's divine sense locked onto the Fairy King, he was not afraid but happy. Since it was the Fairy King, as long as he captured him alive and brought him back to the demon plane, all the problems would be solved. How dare you? You're courting death. Kill. Countless Fey powerhouses shot out from all directions, the black wings on their backs turning into phantoms. Multicolored energy swirled around their bodies, making it so that no one could see their true form. All they could see was a multicolored stream of energy shooting into the air. Yi Qinghan was unmoved. His eyes were cold and the power of cold surrounded his hands, piercing into the bodies of the 2 lower 9th-level martial artists he had captured. He easily pierced through their divine crystals and turned them into useless people. Then he threw them to the ground and a strange light lit up in his eyes. The soul illusion was released and at the same time, a great pressure enveloped all the attacking experts. Boom. Apart from the 2 9th-grade sovereigns, the dozens of 9th-grade sovereigns that shot out immediately fell into the soul illusory realm. Thereafter they were smashed down by long daw's pressure, like birds with broken wings falling from the sky. Buzz. Yi Qinghan used 50% of his power of frost to form a gigantic palm. At the same time he activated the Soul Destroyer and attacked the 9th-grade sovereign who was the first to rush over. The moment the Soul Destroyer moved, the 9th-grade sovereign's body immediately trembled and he stood in the air in a daze. The giant palm had already whizzed over. If he was hit by it, he would definitely be heavily injured if not dead. Shio. At this moment, a figure flew over from a distant city at a frightening speed. He was just outside the city a moment ago, but in the next second he was already hundreds of thousands of meters away from Yi Qinghan. She waved her hands, causing the space to tremble. Countless wind blades suddenly appeared in the void, each of them tens of thousands of meters long. As soon as these wind blades appeared, the space was immediately torn apart. As these wind blades flew at high speed, cracks appeared in the space. At this moment, the scene looked like a huge piece of cloth being cut by countless blades at the same time. It was incomparably frightening. Finally willing to come out? Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and retracted his palm. Activating the fire god's heart, he teleported millions of kilometers to the left. A creature from another plane? Why did you invade my fairy plane? What made Yi Qinghan a little surprised was that the person standing in the sky was actually an exceptionally beautiful woman. She had a head of green hair that reached her waist and was dressed in a moon-white robe. Her curves were exquisite and her sharp oval face had exquisite facial features. Her ears were pointed and her eyes were incomparably clear. Behind her was a pair of huge black wings that were slowly flapping, making her look even more bewitching. Indeed, she was a seductress. Queen. The 2 level 9 supreme fairies and the level 9 experts below all flew up, stood respectfully behind the king of the demon clan and saluted. Yi Qinghan looked over and saw dozens of level 9 powerhouses. There were men and women, all of them beautiful and well-proportioned, but their temperament was a level lower than the fairy queen's. This fairy queen seemed to have some kind of magical power that could involuntarily make people feel tender and protective towards her, and make them not want to hurt her. Humph humph, to think that you would use a bewitching technique on me. My soul perfection, how could it be fake? Yi Qinghan lightly stood there, secretly sneering. He restrained his aura. Facing these dozens of powerhouses that could even cause a planar legion to feel fear, he didn't feel the least bit of fear. He leisurely said, "You are not my match and I don't want to kill the innocent. Are you the fairy queen? Right. You come with me. Once we're done here I'll let you come back." "How dare you? You dare to blaspheme the queen. Insolence. Everyone attack together, exterminate him." As soon as Yi Qinghan's words left his mouth, countless Fey powerhouses immediately began to curse him. Their auras soared to the heavens, their killing intent overflowing. But no one dared to move. Yi Qinghan's strange supernatural powers just now and the immense pressure that he emitted just now made everyone realize that this human in front of them had transcendent strength and could not be underestimated. "Hurry up and retreat and I will spare your life." The Fey Queen's complexion didn't change. She waved her hand and the people behind her immediately shut their mouths. Then she lightly said, her voice incomparably moving, "It looks like if I don't beat you until you're convinced, you won't obediently cooperate. Since that's the case, then let's fight." Yi Qinghan's aura slowly rose as he proudly said. The power of cold revolved. That vast and suffocating aura began to quietly envelop them once more. "Yao Mu, Yao concubine, stay here. Everyone else, retreat." The Fey Queen's beautiful face refused to be outdone. Her aura began to rise, resisting Yi Qinghan's aura. She waved her hand and the experts behind her, who were originally about to lose their balance in the air under Yi Qinghan's pressure, immediately flew down as if they had been granted amnesty. They stood on top of countless cities and watched the battle of the pinnacle in the sky. The countless Fey citizens nervously watched the four figures in the sky. There was no justice in this battle. Standing on either side was justice. In fact, in all battles within Plate World, there was no distinction between good and evil. There was only strength that reigned supreme and the strong were respected. Doppelganger technique, mystical array. The Fey Queen's green hair suddenly began to move without any wind. Her meter-long hair fluttered in the air, and when combined with her beautiful face and exquisite curves, it caused one's soul to tremble. As she shouted, the male and female 9th grade supreme martial artists behind her immediately spread out to the sides. In midair they actually began to clone themselves. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, and the queen of the Fey clan also began to clone herself. In an instant the two 9th grade supreme powerhouses had transformed into dozens of doppelgangers. The Fey queen was even more fierce. She split into over 100 doppelgangers. Over 200 figures surrounded Yi Qinghan in the center, forming a mysterious array. Hundreds of figures simultaneously sent out giant wind blades that shot towards Yi Qinghan. From the sky to the ground, from every angle, everything was sealed off, forming an inescapable net that left Yi Qinghan nowhere to escape. Ha! Yi Qinghan was originally prepared to attack, but seeing these people actually forming an array and creating doppelgangers, he couldn't help but laugh. He stood like this watching the three people busily work. It wasn't until the overwhelming wind blades shot towards him from all directions that he lazily activated the heart of the fire god and prepared to teleport away. "Humph, you still want to teleport? Do you think this king's mystical array is just a decoration?" The Fey Queen sneered. The wings on her back began to flap rapidly. The wings of the other two 9th grade supreme powerhouses also began to flap rhythmically. In an instant, a whirlwind began to rise in the surrounding space. This whirlwind circled around the more than 200 doppelgangers, enveloping the entire space. This part of the world was actually frozen at this moment. The light of the heart of the fire god on Yi Qinghan's forehead flashed. His teleportation was actually interrupted. Chapter 1399. Forceful spatial lock? Yi Qinghan's teleportation was interrupted. He raised his eyebrows, a look of surprise on his face. The fire god battle armor was a supernatural ability that defied the will of the heavens. In battle, it could allow one to teleport within a space fluctuation, but it couldn't teleport within a forceful spatial lock. For instance, within the snake-headed feral Supreme Spirit Treasure Black Flag, one couldn't teleport. This was the same logic. His complexion turned cold. Because of his carelessness, he could only forcefully resist these terrifying wind blades. The speed of the wind blades was too fast. Yi Qinghan's teleportation failed. Before he could prepare himself, countless wind blades shot at his body. Yi Qinghan's body was instantly enveloped by the wind blades that filled the sky. Motherfucker. Although he had the protection of the Fire God battle armor, Yi Qinghan wasn't any better off. Countless bones in his body were broken and his organs were shattered. If it weren't for the soul ring immediately healing him, he would have died under such a terrifying attack even with the protection of the Fire God battle armor. The wind blades stopped. As the over 200 figures saw Yi Qinghan standing in the air, unharmed, with only some blood at the corners of his mouth, their faces paled. Even the Fey monarch's beautiful face was filled with astonishment and disbelief. Hiss! The Fey powerhouses and tribesmen below all sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this still a human? He had actually withstood such a powerful attack. And he hadn't even been seriously injured. How is this possible? How is this possible? Even if he has a supreme spirit treasure, it's impossible for him to resist the attacks of the three of us without being injured. The Fey monarch's watery eyes were filled with astonishment. She knew that Yi Qinghan's Fire God battle armor was a supreme spirit treasure, because the material of this treasure was too easy to recognize. But she didn't have time to think about it. Yi Qinghan was like an enraged lion. He began to move. Yi Qinghan's gaze was as cold as lightning. Accompanied by the flickering of a strange light, the Soul Exterminator was activated, and he accurately shot at the true body of a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. 10 Godslayer spears with a destructive aura appeared from the void. They split into 3 groups and flew towards the 3 people's main bodies. Was the strength of Yi Qinghan's great perfection soul a mere decoration? This doppelganger technique was far inferior to Battle Emperor's. Yi Qinghan himself already knew the doppelganger technique, so he could easily lock onto the 3's true bodies. Demon wood. The Fey King cried out. The wings on her back flapped and the air around her rapidly revolved around her. When the 3 god-slaying spears struck her, they were actually sent flying away by the air currents. She immediately waved wind blades at Yi Qinghan, attempting to rescue the besieged. At the same time, her body turned into an afterimage and flew towards Demon Wood. The other 9th-grade supreme martial artist called Yao Fei did not have such powerful strength. She could only rely on her speed to avoid the pursuit of the god-slaying spears. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan's target was not her, so he did not care too much about the god-slaying spears. Yao Mu had been struck by Yi Qinghan's soul-extinguishing attack, and his soul was already a bit muddled. Although the Fey King's tender shout had awakened his soul, it was already too late for him to escape. He could only retreat while flapping his black wings rapidly, forming streams of air currents to protect his body. Boom! The 4 god-slaying spears struck Demon Wood's body. One of them suddenly spun, easily piercing through Demon Wood's air current protection and exploding on his body. Demon Wood's body was immediately severely injured and sent flying backwards. He was saved by the Fey King who flew over. The wind blades behind him were already shooting towards him. Yi Qinghan could only teleport away. Otherwise, the Fire God battle armor's energy would be completely consumed and that would be bad. This round of attacks had immediately broken through the mystical array and severely wounded a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. This was already very satisfactory. You actually dared to wound Demon Wood? Damn you. Human, you will pay the price for your actions. The Fey King handed Demon Wood to the Yao Fei and then slowly flew towards Yi Qinghan. Her aura became increasingly strong, and her green hair danced even more fiercely in the wind. Her white robes fluttered in the wind and her watery eyes shined. Her body began to split again and then she began to dance in the air. The Fey King was a stunningly beautiful woman to begin with. At this moment her dance was incomparably graceful, able to move the hearts of all the men in the world. Every frown, every smile, every twist of her body was peerless, and even Yi Qinghan felt his heart palpitate and his mouth go dry. A black flag suddenly appeared in Yi Qinghan's hand. With a wave of his hand, The black flag immediately grew larger, covering him and the Fey King within it. He sighed and said, "You can attack me, so why can't this young master severely wound you? If it weren't for my skills just now, I would have been killed by you. Come, show me all your methods and let this young master see just what kind of heaven-defying supernatural power the strongest powerhouse of the Fey race has." The Fey King's strongest supernatural power was immediately seen by Yi Qinghan in the next second. As soon as this supernatural power was used, Yi Qinghan felt his entire body shiver and his mind become unsteady. He thought to himself, this really was a supernatural power that defied the will of the heavens. The avatars that filled the skies performed all sorts of graceful dances, leaving one intoxicated and sighing. Then these 100+ avatars all began to undress. As a divine world great emperor, Yi Qinghan had never been like those ridiculous powerhouses who kept a flock of courtesans and had them dance at home every day. Moreover, this was a peerless beauty, and she was even dancing a striptease. She had gorgeous green hair, skin as white as snow, watery eyes that were intoxicated, and her neck was slender like a proud swan's. Her graceful body twisted and turned in a beautiful arc. This scene was like a fairy dancing in a heavenly palace, a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. The Fey King was one of the most beautiful women in the entire Plate Realm, and she was dancing a striptease. In this sort of scene, even a man from Plate Realm would be moved and their soul would be lost in a daze. They would unknowingly fall into this gentle trap of death. However, he had encountered Yi Qinghan. He had a perfect soul and had comprehended the path of a supreme being. He was unyielding to his enemies, unyielding to himself, and unyielding to the heavens and earth. Yi Qinghan's powerful heart began to display its effects. His mind only trembled for a moment before it became tranquil. Something's wrong. Yi Qinghan's pupils shrank. His mind turned cold and he felt a fatal danger. He didn't reveal any vigilance on his face. He continued to appreciate the peerless dance and that alluring body that made one's blood boil. But he was secretly prepared in his heart. He quietly sent out his divine sense. Indeed, as he probed, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Everything was an illusion and there weren't so many avatars in front of him. There was only a woman dancing and her robes were still there. Moreover, her body was slowly approaching him. Humph! You're walking right into a trap. Yi Qinghan was a skilled and daring person. He wasn't afraid in the slightest, but he was secretly preparing himself. The hazy look in his eyes became more intense, and his mouth couldn't stop swallowing his saliva. His lower lip even started to curve slightly. His acting skills could win the Best Actor award. 10,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 6,000 meters. Yi Qinghan saw that the dancing woman was almost naked, and she was only left with a translucent underwear. And the real body of the queen of the demon race was now only 5,000 meters away from him. She had finally revealed her hidden methods. She took off the white robe on her body, revealing her translucent underwear and underwear. Yi Qinghan's mouth and tongue turned dry when he saw her snow-white body. But Yi Qinghan's attention was attracted by the white robes. The white robes had turned into a sword. It was a short sword, a sword that had the same pattern as the Slaughter God blade. The sword was transparent, but it emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. Paragon's spiritual treasure. The queen of the demon race had released her strongest soul attack. At this moment she was holding a Paragon's spiritual treasure and shooting towards Yi Qinghan at her fastest speed. Most importantly, the two of them were only 5,000 meters apart. With the speed of the queen of the demon race, she only needed half a second to cover this distance. Chapter 1400. Yi Qinghan's eyes were blurred and his throat moved. He looked like a pig, as if he had been trapped by the Fey Monarch's soul skill. It was as if he did not feel the killing intent from the Paragon's spiritual treasure. Something is wrong. The Fey Monarch's body trembled. She felt that something was wrong. Yi Qinghan was so powerful. Even if he had been hit by her soul skill, he should not have sensed her killing intent and used her Paragon's spiritual treasure without any warning, right? However, the distance between her and Yi Qinghan had shortened to 2,000 meters. At such a close distance she could not escape even if she wanted to. She could only grit her teeth and brandish the sword with all her might. The white light on the sword became brighter as she stabbed it towards Yi Qinghan's face. She knew that Yi Qinghan's fire god battle armor was a Paragon's spiritual treasure. However, her sword was also a Paragon's spiritual treasure. When two Paragon's spiritual treasures clashed, she used all her strength as a peak 9th grade supreme being. Even if she could not pierce through the fire god battle armor, as long as she could shake Yi Qinghan's head and soul see, she would have the opportunity to kill Yi Qinghan. In theory she was right, but in reality she was wrong. The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth curled up into an evil smile. The confusion in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by 2 rays of light. At the same time, a long black saber appeared in his hand. Supreme Slaughter God Saber. The Wind Moon Monarch did not have the ability to restore the Slaughter God Saber. In addition, he was busy creating restrictions, so he returned it to Yi Qinghan. The Slaughter God Saber was an incomplete Paragon's spiritual treasure. It did not have any special abilities, so Yi Qinghan thought it was useless. However, at this moment this useless ability was put to good use. Bang! The white robe turned into a short sword and stabbed the Slaughter God Saber that Yi Qinghan had taken out to block the attack. The Slaughter God Saber was useless, but it was also a Paragon's spiritual treasure. Its material was the same as any other Paragon's spiritual treasure. Therefore the huge force caused the Slaughter God Saber to fly out. However, the Slaughter God Saber was not damaged at all. The Slaughter God Saber was sent flying, but more than half of the short sword's power had been dissipated. The great perfection of soul annihilation was starting to show its effects. Yi Qinghan's hidden hands were also starting to show their effects. A hand shot out like a bolt of lightning towards the Fey Monarch's head. It was soft and soft, just like Eunuch Hai's melting bone soft palm. It landed on her head. The enormous power caused her soul sea, which was in the process of clearing the golden soul thread's attack, to tremble. This gentle palm caused the Fey King's soul to be thrown into chaos. She did not hesitate to use her body to do what she wanted to do to Yi Qinghan, but Yi Qinghan casually accomplished it. Then Yi Qinghan's other fist brought with it a potent power of cold. It turned into a series of afterimages as it smashed into the Fey King's stomach with lightning speed. His fist continued to shake. In just an instant he had punched out 9 times. 3 punches had shaken off the Fey Monarch's source power. 5 punches had shaken off the chaotic power that was protecting the Fey Monarch's divine crystal. The last punch had easily penetrated the Fey Monarch's divine crystal and sealed it. "AI, you are such a beautiful woman. Why did you become a thief?" Yi Qinghan's fists turned into a gentle hand that wrapped around the Fey Monarch's slender waist. She was warm and smooth, causing Yi Qinghan's lower body to jump. He looked at the Fey Monarch's frightened eyes and smiled. "I forgot to tell you. My soul has reached great perfection. Your soul skills might be effective against a normal 9th grade supreme being, but against me, you won't be able to withstand a single blow. Let me go. Let me go." The fear in the Fey Monarch's eyes turned into hatred, an unforgettable hatred. It was as if Yi Qinghan had killed her father. She glared at Yi Qinghan like a hungry wolf, her body constantly struggling. Her hands smashed down on Yi Qinghan as she roared. "Try and move again. This young master is not a gentleman. Even I am afraid of my own methods." Yi Qinghan didn't think that just holding onto the Fey Monarch's waist would cause her to react so violently. Several bloody scratches immediately appeared on his face. This was the first time that a woman had thrown a tantrum at him, and he couldn't help but be stunned. After roaring twice, this woman still ignored him. Yi Qinghan was thoroughly enraged. His hand fiercely clawed at the Fey Monarch's full chest several times. Then, as if this wasn't enough, he reached into her thin undergarments and wantonly played with them. His other hand wasn't idle either. It caressed her buttocks and even reached into her cleavage. The Fey Queen's hand that had been randomly smashing around suddenly stopped. Her eyes were filled with panic, as if she had been scared silly by Yi Qinghan's violent actions. Then she opened her mouth and began to cry out loud. "Motherfucker." Yi Qinghan was also frightened. This was the first time that he had seen a woman throw a tantrum, and the first time that he had made a woman cry. Not just that, but she was his captive, the ruler of a powerful world. "Don't cry. Fuck, are you only a teenager? You have nothing better to do and yet you're making a tantrum? You're still crying? This young master won't touch you anymore. Alright, stop crying. If you cry again, this young master will touch you again. Let me tell you, if you piss me off, this young master will force himself on you. Fuck, we are enemies, okay? Your plains powerhouse captured my daughter and niece, so shouldn't I come here to take revenge? This father won against you fair and square, so why are you crying? You're crazy. You're crazy. Yi Qinghan nearly went crazy. They were both adults and enemies. Just a moment ago you wanted to kill me and I wanted to kill you. Since you weren't strong enough and were captured, didn't they have the right to deal with prisoners of war? Wasn't it normal even if they took you? You were the ruler of a world, so why were you crying like a little girl? What was the point of crying? Yi Qinghan could treat his enemies like ice and snow in winter. Even when he had slapped 1.3 billion people to death outside Seoul Emperor Island, he didn't think too much about it. This was because they wanted to kill him, so they deserved it. At this time, this Fey monarch didn't seem like a powerhouse at all. Her peerlessly beautiful face was wet with tears, and her delicate and pitiful appearance made her seem like a weak woman being bullied by a tyrant like Yi Qinghan. If you cry again, this young master will kill everyone on your plane. Yi Qinghan was distraught by her crying. He hated women like this the most. He revolved the power of cold and his killing intent sword. His eyes bulged and he roared out loud. As expected, this move was very useful. The Fey monarch immediately stopped crying. But the hatred in her eyes soared once more. This was an irreconcilable hatred that caused Yi Qinghan's hairs to stand on end. He didn't know what was wrong with this woman. After taking the woman's supreme spirit treasure and throwing it into the War Imperial Temple, Yi Qinghan put away the black flag. Then he lifted the Fey monarch and descended downwards. Monarch. As the countless Fey clansmen saw that their king had been captured, their eyes filled with madness. Countless martial artists rushed towards Yi Qinghan. Humph! Get the hell out of here. If you dare to move again, I will kill your monarch. Yi Qinghan had an imperial sword in his hands. He pressed down with great pressure. The strongest powerhouse of the Fey plane had been captured by him. If he wanted to kill, he could easily kill all the martial artists in this plane. Yi Qinghan leisurely flew downwards and put away the slaughter god saber. Then with several teleportations he arrived at the largest city. Tens of thousands of Fey followed behind him. They were all powerhouses at the supremacy realm and above. All of them glared at Yi Qinghan with hatred in their eyes, but not a single one of them dared to move. Open the transmission array. If you dare to shout or move again, this young master will kill your monarch and destroy your plane. If you don't believe that this young master has the ability to do so, then go ahead and try. In order to prevent the Fey monarch from giving random orders, Yi Qinghan continued to act crazily. He threw the Fey monarch into the War Imperial Temple. Then he leisurely stood on the transmission array. The transmission array lit up under the eyes of countless hateful, angry and murderous gazes. Yi Qinghan gently left. He gently waved his hand. He did not take away a single cloud but instead took away the Fey monarch. Chapter 1401. Yi Qinghan entered the transmission array. The destination of the transmission array was the Fey plane, the middle-level plane he had come from. As soon as he arrived, Yi Qinghan ignored the panic-stricken eyes of the countless Fey. He brought the Fey king and flew out of the endless void, flying towards the demon plane. From here to the dark night plane was over a month's journey. Of course, this was under the condition that Yi Qinghan flew at full speed. However, since the Fey king had been caught, Yi Qinghan didn't panic. Zhu Yi had given him 10 years and only 2 months had passed. Zhu Yi's wisdom was monstrous. She said she could stabilize the Fey Legion, then she could. Yi Qinghan didn't panic. He leisurely flew towards the dark night plane. What is your name? Yi Qinghan looked at the Fey king in his hands. He looked at her eyes that were filled with hatred, as if she were looking at someone who had killed her father. He felt a bit of a headache. Because they were flying at such a high speed, there would occasionally be space-shattering blade currents. At that time space would shake. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to leave her in the War Imperial Temple. If she died from the vibrations, then that would be troublesome. The Fey king was still wearing thin green undergarments, revealing her white waist. Yi Qinghan asked her, but she didn't answer at all. Her watery eyes glared at Yi Qinghan as if she wanted to use her gaze to kill Yi Qinghan. Fuck, I already told you that your subordinates captured my daughter and niece and threatened us to hand over the demon plane. We worked so hard to take down the demon plane, and with just a word from you, you want us to hand it over? Is there such a good thing? Yi Qinghan's hair stood on end as she stared at him. He sighed and tried to explain, but the Fey king continued to stare at her. Yi Qinghan was driven crazy. He angrily said, "Are you sick in the head? You are the king of a plane, not some 17 or 18-year-old child. We are enemies. Your people killed and captured my people, so it's normal for me to capture you. If you keep looking at me like that, I'll dig your eyeballs out." The Fey King finally opened his mouth, his words filled with hatred. "I want to see it. Dig it up. If you have the guts, then immediately kill me. Ah, have you figured it out yet? You're now my prisoner of war." Yi Qinghan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. If this was a man, Yi Qinghan would definitely slap him. He coldly snorted and said, "You think I don't dare? Forget it, I don't want to be long-winded with you. I'll knock you out." As Yi Qinghan spoke, he was about to knock her unconscious. But before Yi Qinghan could do anything, the Fey Queen actually began to cry again. Her face was filled with grievance and her charming body trembled. She looked so delicate and lovely that anyone who saw her would feel pity for her. Yi Qinghan's eyes rolled back in his head and he nearly vomited blood. He simply turned his head away and used the power of cold to block his hearing. Then he brought the Fey King and rapidly flew into the distance. Without seeing or hearing, Yi Qinghan also had peace and quiet. After flying for 5 days, Yi Qinghan finally stopped. Although he couldn't see or hear, he still had to use his divine sense to explore the road, right? As his divine sense swept over the Fey Queen, he discovered that she had been crying for an entire 5 days. Her face was wet with tears and her clothes were wet. Her body had been trembling for 5 days and 5 nights. It was hard to imagine that a person could cry for 5 days and 5 nights without any signs of stopping. In the end, Yi Qinghan wasn't a cold-blooded and heartless person. He could only stop and helplessly say, "Big sister, auntie, can you not cry? Is there something wrong with your Fey race's head?" Unexpectedly, just as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, the Fey King immediately stopped crying. Her eyes were filled with anger as she roared at Yi Qinghan. "You're the big sister, you're the auntie, your whole family is auntie, this king is only 20 years old. And, you're the one who's sick, your whole family is sick." After Yi Qinghan heard this, he laughed out loud as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "What? 20 years old? Do you think I'm a fool? You can cultivate to 9th grade supreme at 20 years old? That's the greatest absurdity in the world. If your Fey race had your talent, 9th grade supreme martial artists would be flying everywhere, and your Fey race would have unified the entire Pan realm. You really are sick and your sickness isn't clear." The Fey King coldly snorted and said, "Humph. Our Fey race's supreme secret technique isn't something you can imagine. My race's king and 3 ancestors were heavily injured in the dimensional battlefield. In the end, they spent their entire life's demonic energy and 3 supreme martial artists' demonic crystals to create this king. You'd better kill me if you have the guts. I, Yao Fei, have already sworn that I will kill you in this lifetime. As long as I live, this king will make killing you my lifelong goal, and I won't rest until I'm dead." Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly and said, "Yao Fei, that's a good name. But you really do look like you're sick. Fine, let's say you're 20 years old. You're only 20 years old and you already don't understand the ways of the world? Don't you know that you're now a prisoner of war? Your fate is now in my hands. You still want to kill me? Besides, you're already a 9th grade supreme martial artist? You can still become stronger? To put it bluntly, even if you were twice as strong, you still wouldn't be my match." Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment, then said, "All right, don't look at me like that. As long as you release my people and leave the demonic plane, then I will let you go. You can go back to being your queen. As long as you don't step into my territory, then I won't bother with a little girl like you." After speaking, Yi Qinghan ignored Yao Fei, and continued to fly at full speed. But no matter what Yi Qinghan said, Yao Fei, continued to stare at Yi Qinghan with hatred. Yi Qinghan was puzzled. He didn't know where this Yao Fei's hatred was coming from, but as time passed, Yi Qinghan felt like he was about to go crazy. He directly knocked her unconscious and used a soul skill to attack her, causing her soul to fall into an illusion. Only then did he continue to fly. A month later, Yi Qinghan finally flew back to the Dark Night Plain. But the nearby plains were filled with Fey armies. Countless armies were attacking and occupying material plains. Clearly, the news that Yi Qinghan had attacked the Fey Plain and captured their king had not reached them yet. Yi Qinghan followed his agreement with Zhu Yi and crushed a special jade talisman half a month ago. When he arrived near the Dark Night Plain, he quietly wandered around for a day or two. Sure enough, he found the Soul Emperor Pavilion flying through the air. Boss, did you succeed? Why did you capture a beautiful girl? Are you trying to take in a fey beauty? As soon as Yi Qinghan entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Xiao He immediately surrounded him. Seeing Yao Fei in Yi Qinghan's hands, he clicked his tongue in wonder and revealed a smile that all men could understand. This is the king of the Fey race, a peak 9th grade supremacy. Is it enough to exchange her for someone else? Yi Qinghan did not want to argue with Xiao He, so he said to Zhu Yi behind him. A peak 9th grade supremacy king? Enough. Let's go. We're going to the Dark Night Plain. Zhu Yi's eyes brightened and she heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Qinghan would not lie. Since he had captured their king, it would definitely be enough to exchange 2 people. We haven't occupied 60 plains yet, right? What are the people from the Divine Realm doing here? In the Dark Night Plain, 2 9th grade supremacies and countless Fey martial artists looked strangely at the descending Soul Emperor Pavilion. Had the Divine Realm gone back on their word? In the next second, they immediately knew that the Divine Realm had indeed gone back on their word. Or rather, they had fallen into a trap. When they saw that Yi Qinghan was carrying a woman so beautiful that no one could bear to hurt, all of their faces were filled with fear and they cried out in alarm, "King!" Chapter 1402. Yao Fei had been in a trance. Now that she was shaken by Yi Qinghan's cold power, she woke up. The first thing she saw were 2 9th grade supreme martial artists and a group of fairy race soldiers. She called out subconsciously, "Yao Long, Yao Yu, why are you?" Before she could finish speaking, she was thrown into the War Emperor's palace by Yi Qinghan. Zhu Yi smiled coldly and said, 2 conditions. First, release our people. Second, get the fairy race soldiers out of the demonic plane. Otherwise, prepare to collect the corpse of your king. Release the king or I will order the execution of those 2 ladies. That 9th grade supreme male Fey was releasing a sky-piercing killing intent. Countless Fey powerhouses were also glaring at the people of the divine world. If looks could kill, then the people of the divine world would have died several times over. Zhu Yi, Yi Qinghan, Xiao He, and the others looked at the 9th grade supreme martial artist as if they were fools. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, indicating that Zhu Yi did not need to say anything more. Flying forward, Long Da's oppressive aura pressed down directly. Other than the 2 9th grade supreme martial artists, all the other Fey couldn't even stand. They were all forced to kneel on the ground by the oppressive aura. He smiled coldly and said, "If I don't see anyone from the Immortal realm within 3 days, your queen will die and all of you will die. If the 2 of them are harmed in the slightest, I will kill every single one of your Fey race." The 2 9th grade supreme martial artists of the fairy race finally understood the situation. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. Since the other party could easily go to the Fey plane, and even easily capture the strongest king of the Fey plane, he alone had the strength to sweep through the entire Fey plane. With the addition of that white-robed man, just how strong was the divine realm? The fairy race was defeated. Utterly defeated. They were not on the same level at all. There were no conditions to negotiate. "No, boss, I must teach the fairy race a painful lesson. How dare they capture Yao Yao and Zishi? Not only will I destroy the entire fairy race army, I still have to kill my way to the fairy plane and devour all of their powerhouses. Otherwise, I won't be able to dispel the hatred in my heart." While there was an uproar outside, a dispute broke out within the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi expressed that as long as they released the prisoners and left the demonic plane, this matter would be settled. However, Xiao He insisted on killing all the seductresses. He even wanted to kill his way into the seductress plane. "Xiao He, don't make a big fuss. If it's Zhu Yi who causes the torture, then things will be troublesome. Alright, you can deal with the fairy legion as you please. Just kill your way to the fairy plane." Yi Qinghan shook his head. It was not that he was soft-hearted. After all, they did not have the qualifications to attack the fairy plane. It would be troublesome if they attracted Pan Xing's attention. Zhu Yi was also very clear about this, so she maintained the same opinion as Yi Qinghan. All right. Seeing that Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi insisted, Xiao He could only give up even though they didn't give a specific reason. Mother, mother, uncle. Father, mother. 3 days later, a group of seductresses escorted 2 women into the Dark Night Plain. When the Demon Devourer and Yi Zishi saw Yi Qinghan and the others, they immediately flew over. They started crying in midair. Fireworks and Li Shu'er immediately flew over and hugged their heads as they cried bitterly. Xiaohei looked at the crying Yao Yao and Zixi and became furious. His body transformed into a blue dragon and whisked forward. In a single move he immediately swallowed tens of thousands of seductress martial artists. The 2 9th-grade supreme martial artists were also swallowed. They struggled for a moment before they were swallowed. Alright. Xiaohei. Yi Qinghan couldn't bear to watch. In reality, standing on the seductress plane, they were not in the wrong. It was reasonable for them to choose to attack the demon plane. It was just that they had encountered the divine realm. Yi Qinghan took Yao Fei out of the War Emperor Palace and threw her to the remaining seductress army. He then shouted coldly, "All of you seductresses retreat from the demon plane. This is the divine realm's territory. If the Moon Queen finds out that there are still seductresses here, kill them without mercy." Yao Fei was still unconscious. The remaining seductress martial artists immediately carried Yao Fei and flew into the endless void in fear. "Alright, Zhuyi, you can bring them back. Xiaohei, you can go back too. I'll cultivate in seclusion here and keep watch. When the demon plane is completely stabilized, we'll return to the divine realm. Of course, if you want to return to the divine realm, you can teleport back. Zhuyi, I'll have to trouble you with the matter of clearing the material plane." Yi Qinghan waved his hand when he saw that Yao Yao and Yi Zixi didn't suffer any injuries. They were just frightened after being captured and imprisoned for several months. "Alright, let's go back first. I'm also bored while you're in seclusion here." Xiaohei pursed his lips. His precious daughter was frightened because of him. He had to think of a way to make it up to her. Zhuyi needed to go to the demon plane to keep watch and coordinate everything. As for Fireworks and Lei Shu'er, they naturally had to accompany the frightened Yao Yao and Yi Zixi. After the group discussed for a while, Zhu Yi and Xiaohei entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion with a group of women and flew away. Yi Qinghan was prepared to continue comprehending the laws. Anyway, he could comprehend them in the War Emperor Palace, so it didn't matter where he went. If the seductresses wanted to attack, he could immediately suppress them. The seductresses immediately began to retreat. The Immortal World Army was also mobilized. Yi Qinghan built a simple residence in the Dark Night Plain and stayed there. Every day there would be scouts bringing back news from all sides. Reporting, "Emperor, the seductress's army has completely withdrawn from the Fiend World's sphere of influence." Yi Qinghan sat leisurely in the residence and drank tea. He was completely relieved. This Yao Fei was not completely crazy. She didn't act recklessly. He waved his hand and dismissed the messenger. He was prepared to enter the War Emperor Palace in a few days and go into seclusion. 10 days later, Yi Qinghan let the commander of an army, Xiang Di of Smoke Beacon Prefecture, oversee his Dark Night Plain. He entered the War Emperor Palace to continue comprehending the profound mysteries. He had already comprehended the laws of earth to perfection. Yi Qinghan prepared to comprehend the profound mysteries of water. He believed that with the existence of the cold realm he could easily comprehend the profound mysteries of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As for the profound mysteries of the other elements as well as the problem of evolving the cold realm, he would first comprehend the profound mysteries of the laws of the other 4 elements. Who knew that just as Yi Qinghan was standing in front of a high-level water profound stone tablet and hadn't even begun to perceive it, the War Emperor Palace trembled and Yi Qinghan was shaken away. What's going on? Yi Qinghan was enraged. He had told Xiang Di not to disturb his seclusion if there wasn't a major event. Yet something major had happened just as he entered. "Emperor, please calm your anger. A scout just sent a message saying that the king of the seductresses is flying towards us. The scout corps doesn't have any powerhouses, so they don't dare to fight." They immediately flew into the material plane and sent a message back. Xiang Di was still dressed in golden armor, his face filled with grievance. "Yao Fei, does she really want to die?" Yi Qinghan was thoroughly enraged. Not killing her was already the most benevolent thing he could do. If he weren't afraid of arousing Pan Xing's attention, he would have already started a massacre in the seductress's plane. This Yao Fei actually dared to mess around? Immediately Yi Qinghan angrily flew out from the Dark Night Plain. According to the direction that Xiang Di had given him, he only flew for half a day before he saw a slender figure flying towards him from the endless void. Her eyes were still filled with hatred, a bone-deep hatred that caused Yi Qinghan's hairs to stand on their ends. Yi Qinghan stood tall in the void, his face filled with anger. He said, Yao Fei, if you are sick then go back to your plane to cure yourself. Do you really think that I wouldn't dare to kill you? Just kill me. Yao Fei's face was cold and her eyes were resolute. She hatefully said, You have ruined my chastity. Our seductresses value chastity the most. Unless you die, I won't have the face to return. Either you kill me or you are killed. Otherwise we are not finished. Chapter 1403. Motherf *, when did I violate your chastity? Yi Qinghan was so angry that he directly cursed. Then he rolled his eyes and remembered that he seemed to have touched her a few times. He helplessly sighed and said, I only touched you a few times. It shouldn't be so serious, right? Go, you can't kill me. Swish. Yao Fei's answer to Yi Qinghan was a sky full of wind blades. Her attack was very sharp. The power of a peak 9th grade supremacy was extremely powerful. Wind blades that were thousands of meters long tore through the air and shot towards Yi Qinghan with terrifying momentum. Crazy! Yi Qinghan cursed angrily. He was truly unlucky to have met such an exquisite girl. This Yao Fei was an outstanding beauty, and she had an indescribable aura about her that made it difficult for Yi Qinghan to kill her. Furthermore, when he thought about how she was only 20 years old and a little girl, Yi Qinghan's heart softened even more. The fire god's heart lit up. Yi Qinghan directly teleported and unleashed his aura, forming a huge palm that slammed down towards Yao Fei. How powerful was Yi Qinghan's aura? He originally had the power of a peak 9th grade supremacy. After comprehending some things in the demonic plane and entering the cold realm, he allowed the cold realm to contain the laws of heaven and earth. The evolution of the cold realm sped up and his power doubled. Yao Fei couldn't even dodge when the palm slammed down. She couldn't move her body at all. What surprised Yi Qinghan the most was that Yao Fei actually closed her eyes and looked up at the descending palm. She didn't resist at all. She was sincerely asking for death. Crazy! Yi Qinghan cursed helplessly. He retracted half of the power of his palm and sent Yao Fei flying. His body flashed and he instantly teleported over. He grabbed Yao Fei's waist and cold energy surged in, sealing Yao Fei's divine crystal once again. In the end, Yao Fei reverted back to her original self. Her watery eyes were filled with hatred as she glared at Yi Qinghan, causing his hair to stand on end. Yi Qinghan didn't want to say anything. He brought her into the Fei plane flying at full speed. It only took them several days to catch up to the retreating Fei army. Take your king back to the fairy plane. If he dares to harass us again, kill him without mercy. Yi Qinghan threw Yao Fei into the hands of the Fei army. Then beneath Yao Fei's hateful gaze he returned to the dark night plane. However, just as Yi Qinghan sat down and picked up a cup of tea to drink, Emperor Xiang ran in and looked at Yi Qinghan with a mocking expression. He knelt down on one knee and chuckled, Great Emperor, your Fei king has come again. Yi Qinghan spat out a mouthful of tea onto the smirking Xiangdi's face. Seeing that Xiangdi had only wiped his face but was still smiling weirdly, Yi Qinghan glared at him and said angrily, What's yours and mine? Emperor Xiang, what is the meaning of this? Do you think I'm having an affair with that crazy woman? Great Emperor, I didn't say anything. Emperor Xiang grinned. His silly appearance left Yi Qinghan speechless. You captured her several times but she didn't kill her. This Fei knows that she isn't the great emperor's match, but she still comes to cause trouble. If there isn't an affair, who would believe that? Emperor Xiang saw Yi Qinghan fly out of the dark night plane angrily and grinned. Then a look of worship appeared in his eyes. He gave a thumbs up and said, Great Emperor, as expected of the great emperor. You're truly fierce. You even dare to mess with a king from another plane. No wonder you transferred great Emperor Xiao He and the others away. You were afraid of being discovered. Yao Fei, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Yi Qinghan stood tall in the endless void, his face cold and his black hair dancing in the wind. His killing intent enveloped Yao Fei as he angrily said, Kill me then. Kill me and Yao Fei will be free. Otherwise, I will chase you down for the rest of my life until I kill you. Yao Fei puffed out her chest and said fearlessly. Then she closed her eyes as if she were waiting for death. You are simply unreasonable. Yi Qinghan looked at Yao Fei's weak and pitiful appearance. He had been preparing to condense a large palm, but now he had no choice but to release it. He was so angry that his face turned the color of a pig's liver. After a long time he bitterly smiled and said, "All right, I'm afraid of you. Let's talk about reason, okay? You say that I've taken your chastity, but the problem is that I didn't do it. Touching you a few times isn't considered bad, right? At worst I'll just touch you back." Hey. Yao Fei lightly spat. Then her eyes filled with hatred once more. She coldly said, "Once a member of the Fei race touches our body, our chastity is destroyed. The Fei race values chastity the most. As the ruler of the Fei race I should set an example. Unless you die or I die there is no way to undo this." Fall. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and said, "Then when you go to the planar battlefield to fight with the powerhouses from the other planes, what will you do if they touch your body?" Yao Fei said proudly, "Of course we will chase them down until they die. In the last planar war my two ancestors were touched by a dark shadow race man. In the end they were unable to chase down that man, and my tribe's ruler was severely injured in the planar battlefield. After they returned, they immediately used an unparalleled secret technique to transfer all of their Fei energy and 3 supreme Fei crystals to me. They died to protect their chastity." "Then why don't you go and die?" Yi Qinghan said helplessly. This kind of race that was obsessed with chastity was really unreasonable. It was already a miracle that they could still survive until now. Yao Fei said with incomparable determination, "They may not be able to find such a powerhouse from the other planes, but I can find you. Even if you go to the immortal realm I will go there to find you and think of a way to kill you. Unless I die I will not give up." Yi Qinghan was completely speechless. This Yao Fei was practically a psychopath. If this woman came to cause trouble every day he wouldn't even need to cultivate anymore. But if he wanted to kill her he couldn't bring himself to do so. After a moment Yi Qinghan released a soul extinguisher and then teleported. The power of frost surged into her body and sealed her again. This time Yi Qinghan did not continue to release her. Instead he brought her back to the dark night plane and entered the War Emperor Palace under Emperor Xiang's gaze. "Think about it carefully. When you've thought it through and want to go back, come and find me. Otherwise you can stay here for the rest of your life," Yi Qinghan said fiercely. He threw Yao Fei into the inner chambers of the War Emperor Palace and went to the Great Hall with the mysterious stone tablets. He had used a lot of power of frost to seal Yao Fei's divine crystal, enough to seal her for 10,000 years. Since he couldn't bring himself to kill her and didn't want to continue tangling with her, Yi Qinghan could only lock her up. After sitting for a while he put the matter of Yao Fei aside. Yi Qinghan forced himself to calm down and began to comprehend the laws of water. Chapter 1404. Things didn't go beyond Yi Qinghan's expectations. He entered the War Imperial Hall from the Dark Night dimension and went into closed-door training for 30,000 years before he easily comprehended the ultimate profound of water. He didn't encounter any bottlenecks at all. It was extremely smooth. After comprehending 6 high-grade profound mysteries of water and 1 ultimate profound, Yi Qinghan's comprehension of the laws had officially stepped into the upper 9th grade. Others needed hundreds of thousands of years to achieve this goal, but he could do it in 30,000 years. Yi Qinghan wasn't too happy, because the comprehension of the laws wasn't of much help to his strength. It could only make the cold realm evolve a little faster. Yi Qinghan was very clear that his current enemy was the Supreme God Emperor. The only one who could threaten him was Pan Xing. So even if he comprehended the other 3 profound mysteries of the laws of metal, wood and fire he wouldn't be too surprised. He would only be satisfied if he could comprehend the profound mysteries of the laws of 12 different elements and reach perfection, allowing the cold realm to evolve completely and having the ability to fight against Pan Xing. It's been 30,000 years. Since Emperor Xiang didn't come to disturb me, the Demoness plane shouldn't come to cause trouble anymore, right? The Demon Realm's planes should be more or less occupied, right? Let's go out and take a look. Yi Qinghan stretched his body and was about to teleport out when he suddenly froze, as if he had forgotten something. After pausing for a moment he suddenly slapped his forehead and smiled bitterly. It seemed that in these 30,000 years he had wholeheartedly cultivated and forgotten the Demoness monarch Yao Fei. The power of cold that he had sealed in Yao Fei's body was only enough to seal her for 10,000 years, but now 30,000 years had passed. Yi Qinghan shuddered at the thought of it. She was a 9th grade supreme martial artist, although he wasn't afraid of her sneak attacks. What if the restrictions of the War Imperial Hall couldn't trap her and she escaped and killed the entire Immortal Realm army? Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief as he sent out his divine sense. Yao Fe was still sitting cross-legged in that chamber, seemingly cultivating. Yi Qinghan activated the restrictions of the Battle Emperor Palace and teleported over. The moment he appeared, Yao Fe immediately woke up. Her eyes were still as unforgettable as ever, but they were filled with hatred instead of love. Yi Qinghan's body trembled again. Yi Qinghan probed with his divine senses. Indeed, the seal on Yao Fei's divine crystal had already been removed. However, with Yao Fei's strength, Yi Qinghan could easily suppress her with a wave of his hand. Hence he was not afraid. He asked, Yao Fei, have you thought it through? If you've thought it through, I'll let you go. You can return to the fairy plane. Just mind your own business in the future. Yao Fei did not say a word. He did not even blink. She continued to stare at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan scratched his head. He was speechless at this sickly Yao Fei. After a moment of silence, he asked, the seal on your divine crystal has been removed. Why didn't you escape? With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to break the restrictions of this spatial divine tool, right? Yao Fei finally spoke. Her expression was firm and her tone was colder than winter. Why should I escape? Where can I escape to? If I don't kill you, I won't have the face to return to the fairy plane. Hence, I've decided to stay here and cultivate. When I'm stronger than you, I'll kill you. Yi Qinghan's eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. The reason Yao Fei did not escape was because she wanted to follow him and cultivate before killing him. Yi Qinghan realized that he had underestimated Yao Fei's sickness. He sighed helplessly. Do you know your current strength? You are already at the peak of martial artists. No matter how much you cultivate, you won't be able to improve much. In other words, you will never be a match for me. In other words, you will never be able to kill me. Could it be that you still want to be stubborn? Yao Fei smiled coldly. Your strength is at least several times higher than mine, right? You're not a martial artist? If you can cultivate to such a high level, why can't I? I'm different. Yi Qinghan was about to go crazy again, but he could not explain to her. He could only wave his hand and say, in any case, it's impossible for you to cultivate to my level. Just give up on that idea. What's different about you? You're not human. You're a divine emperor. You're a man. Why are you so long-winded? Either you kill me, or I'll kill you after I cultivate to your level. It's that simple. Yao Fei laughed coldly. Then she ignored everything else and went into seclusion to cultivate. Yi Qinghan stared at Yao Fei for a while. He really wanted to slap her, but he did not harden his heart in the end. Sighing helplessly, Yi Qinghan decided to ignore her. He casually set up countless small restrictions in the walls of the room. He also controlled the restrictions in the War Emperor Hall, leaving the restrictions in this room open at all times. After making sure that he would know immediately if Yao Fei wanted to break out of this room, he left the War Emperor Hall. Emperor. In the Dark Night dimension, Emperor Xiang was still sitting in his mansion. However, this mansion had become much more luxurious. A large city had also appeared outside the mansion. Moreover, there were many more humans in the Dark Night dimension. Clearly, they had migrated here. There were also many more cities, and each city had a teleportation array. In the city where the mansion was located, there was even a super large teleportation array. Yi Qinghan asked, "How's the situation?" "The situation is very good." Emperor Xiang knew very well what Yi Qinghan wanted to ask. He said in detail, "The demon plane is basically all occupied. The transfer teleportation array between the divine realm and the devil realm has been built. Many teleportation arrays between the demon plane and the material planes have also been built. The divine realm's large-scale migration has been going on for 10,000 years. About tens of billions of people have migrated here. The fairy plane has not come to harass us. Instead, they have migrated the fairy race from the hundreds of material planes near the demon plane. They have also sent envoys to express their willingness to live in peace with the divine realm and never fight. The emperors and empresses have returned to the divine realm. Emperor Xiaohe is still sitting in the demon plane." Yi Qinghan nodded, very satisfied. The most important thing was that the teleportation array was perfect. Once a material plane was attacked, the divine realm's army could immediately be sent over through the teleportation array. Of course, Yi Qinghan believed that with him and Xiao He around, the fairy plane would not have the guts to provoke them again. Right. Emperor has another piece of good news. Emperor Xiang suddenly opened his mouth. Half a month ago, Ice Queen broke through. The divine realm sent news that they want you to head back after you come out of seclusion. Broke through. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. Beast God Zhu Yi and Ice Queen were all peak grade 9. The meaning of breaking through was unclear. It meant that they had reached grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist. Beast God Zhu Yi and Ice Queen had been stuck at peak grade 9 for hundreds of thousands of years. Who knew that they would actually break through? Peak grade 9 and Supreme Martial Artist weren't on the same level. They had turned into dragons. After so many years they didn't break through. After following me they broke through right away? Am I a spiritual body? I can help people break through bottlenecks. Yi Qinghan laughed to himself. He turned his head and asked Emperor Xiang, can the teleportation array in this city teleport to the demon plane? Of course. All the mid-tier planes have built teleportation arrays. Currently, Wind Moon Monarch is bringing people to perfect the teleportation array in the material planes. Okay, I will leave. You continue to guard this place and cultivate hard. If you can break through to grade 9, I will give this mid-tier plane to you. After Yi Qinghan said this, he teleported into the teleportation array. The person guarding the teleportation array activated it right away. Emperor Xiang was still at the same spot. He was so excited that his body started to tremble. Dark Night Plane. This was a mid-tier plane that was tens of times bigger than Ethereal Continent. Yi Qinghan said that he would definitely give it to him. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to break through grade 9. He instructed his men and went into secluded meditation right away. Chapter 1405. Ice Snow Island was filled with joy. In the history of the Ice Snow race, there were a few grade 9 upper experts. Unfortunately, they all died in the plain battlefield. But there had never been a grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist. Now that Bing Mei actually broke through to grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist, not only did this represent her own glory, but it also had a huge impact on the Ice Snow race. As long as Bing Mei didn't die, the Ice Snow race would have glory for generations. They would have more resources and they would reproduce faster and faster. In the end, they would become one of the strongest races in the God world. Yi Qinghan brought Xiao He to meet Zhu Yi. They teleported back to the God world through the super teleportation formation and headed towards Ice Snow Island. Experts gathered on Ice Snow Island. Basically, all the monarch-level experts came to congratulate. Yi Qinghan's women were all here too. Although Ice Queen was cold and didn't want to interact with them, she was still Yi Qinghan's woman. Greetings, Emperor Xiao He. The moment Yi Qinghan and Xiao He appeared, the joy on everyone's faces became even thicker. Yi Qinghan came out of seclusion just in time. He had just broken through a few days ago and he was back. Little Han, you are strong. Jita gave Yi Qinghan a thumbs up. His eyes were filled with joy. Ice Queen broke through and Yi Qinghan's women rushed over to congratulate him. How could the experienced Jita not see through this? Everyone is here. Yi Qinghan walked into the main hall and casually sat on the main seat. His eyes locked onto Ice Queen who had just given up her seat to him. He realized that she had broken through. He smiled and nodded his head. Not bad, not bad. Not bad. Emperor. Ice Queen frowned and stood at the side. A blush flashed across her face before disappearing. Yi Qinghan came to his senses and knew that his words were too ambiguous. He laughed dryly and looked at the beast god beside him. He asked, Ancestor, do you have any hope of breaking through your bottleneck? I think you should just refine the Chaos God Crystal. Yi Qinghan got some Chaos God Crystals in the plain battlefield and gave one to Jida and Yi Feihu. Of course, he didn't give it to the others since he wasn't familiar with them. However, Beast God and Monarch Yenran Zhu Yi Queen didn't want it. The moment Yi Qinghan mentioned the Chaos Divine Crystal, the eyes of a group of lower rank 9 martial artists in the main hall turned green as they stared at Yi Qinghan. Mo Shanghuang and the others hadn't followed Lord Devour that year, so Yi Qinghan had always been wary of them. Of course, he wouldn't give them the primal Chaos Divine Crystals. God. Snow Queen, if I can't break through after 100,000 years, I'll refine the primal Chaos Divine Crystal. Yi God Snow Queen King with him and God. Yi Qinghan God, Emperor Yi God, Queen Qinghan God Wood Qinghan God Wood QF of Snow God Queen. Yi Qinghan nodded and respected the beast god's decision. He swept his gaze across the crowd and was very satisfied. The divine world had two ninth-grade supreme martial artists, Ice Snow Queen and Yi Feihu. Beast God and Zhu Yi could refine the Chaos God crystal and break through at any time. Plus, he and Xiao Hei were two ninth-grade supreme martial artists. The divine world was strong now. Even if the Plain War started again, Yi Qinghan wouldn't have to worry about losing even if he didn't participate. Boom! At this moment, a bolt of purple lightning suddenly exploded in the sky, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Yi Qinghan scanned the area with his divine sense and black lines appeared on his forehead. Could it be that his crow's mouth had hit the mark? A golden divine mirror fell from the sky along with the purple lightning. Kid teleported and grabbed the divine mirror. After looking at it, he was shocked. He teleported over and exclaimed, "The Plain War started again after 40,000 years, and the divine world is participating again." Yi Qinghan scanned the divine mirror. It was indeed about the Plain War. Yi Qinghan looked at Beast God blankly and asked, "How many years has it been? Why is the Plain War starting again? Also, didn't the divine mirror descend 10,000 years ago? This time it's 40,000 years in advance. Beast God, does our race have any records about the Plain War?" Beast God was also confused. He thought for a while and said, "There is no set time for the Plain War to start. Sometimes, it happens once every 100,000 years, sometimes once every million years. There is also no set time for the divine mirror to descend. It is normal for the divine world to participate in the Plain War 3 to 5 times in a row. In theory, it is random." That's not right. Yi Qinghan felt that something was wrong. He thought of the murderous cold voice at the peak of Mount Pan and the words of the lady in purple. He felt uncomfortable. The Plain War started so soon? What's more, a divine decree 40,000 years in advance. And the divine world coincidentally participated in the Plain War? Yi Qinghan felt that there was an invisible conspiracy surrounding him. The Plain War was random. In the past, Yi Qinghan might have believed it. But now he was very clear that this was definitely Pan Xing's doing. Everything about the Plain War was within his control. What is Pan Xing trying to do? Yi Qinghan's eyes flickered as he pondered, but he could not figure it out. Everyone in the main hall could not understand either. But since the divine mirror had descended, it was necessary for them to participate in the Plain War 40,000 years later. Someone send a message to Zhu Yi. Ask her to return to the divine world. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and suddenly shouted. With a flip of his hand, a divine crystal that emitted a colorful aura appeared in his hand. Yi Qinghan handed it to the beast deity and said, "Elder ancestor, refine it. I will not participate in the next Plain War. Let Xiao Hei lead the team. You guys support him." "You are not participating?" The beast deity looked at Yi Qinghan doubtfully. Seeing that he did not look like he was joking, he could only accept the Chaos Divine Crystal even though he did not know the specific reason. Yi Qinghan swept his gaze across the 9th-grade martial artists in the main hall and said decisively, "I still have Chaos Divine Crystals. Before the Plain War starts, I will give anyone who breaks through to the 9th grade." Seated in the main hall were the lower 9th-grade martial artists of the Fire God clan, the Beast God clan, Pollock Mo Shanghuang, and the Hidden Sovereign. All of them looked at Yi Qinghan with shining eyes. Many of the lower 9th-grade martial artists present had reached the peak. It was not impossible for them to break through to the 9th grade in 40,000 years. If they did, and Yi Qinghan gave them the Chaos Divine Crystal, they could break through to the 9th grade Supreme. A 9th grade Supreme martial artist was a supreme existence. Not to mention the lower 9th grade martial artists like them, even the peak 9th grade martial artists could only look up to them. Immediately, the group took their leave and prepared to go into seclusion immediately. They wanted to break through to the 9th grade in 40,000 years. Yi Qinghan transmitted a few messages and Yu Qingqing and the others tactfully went back. The hall was originally filled with people, but now there were only a few people left. "Boss, are you really not going to participate in the next Plain War?" Xiao Hei asked doubtfully. The Beast Deity and Ice Queen Yi Feihu also looked over doubtfully. "You are so strong and you have the Elder Ancestor and the others to help you. Are you afraid that you can't win?" "I don't want you to be number one, I just want you to win," Yi Qinghan said with a smile. His expression was very relaxed, but there was a trace of worry in the depths of his eyes that couldn't be concealed. Xiao Hei scratched his head and said, "It's not a big problem. It's just that without you it's boring for me to go alone. Why don't you go with me, boss? You just don't need to fight. Ice Queen and the others looked at Yi Qinghan with burning eyes. Yi Qinghan had become their pillar. As long as he was there, no one would be afraid. Yi Qinghan shook his head and said decisively, "No. I can't go to the plane war anymore. If not, something big will happen. As for the reason, if I am still alive after 1,000,000 years, I will naturally tell you." Chapter 1406. Zhu Yi came back and went into seclusion to refine the Chaos Divine Crystal. Beast God also went into seclusion to refine the Chaos Divine Crystal. Countless lower grade 9 martial artists went into seclusion, preparing to break through to upper grade 9. Beast God and Zhu Yi were prepared to break through to grade 9 Supreme. Since Yi Qinghan insisted, the two of them had no choice but to start refining the Chaos Divine Crystal. Although the two of them could reach grade 9 Supreme after refining it, they weren't used to refining someone else's crystal. Moreover, they couldn't have any breakthroughs in the future. Martial artists cultivated for their entire lives. What they pursued was the thrill of continuous improvement and breakthroughs. If they knew that they couldn't have any breakthroughs in the future, life would be meaningless. There would be less fun and anticipation. That was why Zhu Yi and Beast God Ice Queen refused to refine the Chaos Divine Crystal. However, Yi Qinghan clearly didn't want to participate in the battle. Xiaohe was impulsive. Zhu Yi and Beast God had to follow. The two of them could only refine it helplessly. Yi Fei, who had already refined the Chaos Divine Crystal. His strength reached grade 9 Supreme. Zhu Yi was transferred back. Someone had to take charge there. That was why she immediately comprehended the demonic plane. Yi Qinghan returned to Flame Dragon City. Xiaohe also went to the demonic plane. Although the Fairy King was trapped in War Emperor Palace by Yi Qinghan and knew that the Fairy King didn't have the guts to attack the demonic plane, they still had a few grade 9 Supreme. They had to be careful. Yao Yao and the group of juniors went to the demon world. They fought with the demons countless times. Later on, something happened to Yao Yao and Yi Zishi. After they returned, they were all well behaved. They stayed in Flame Dragon Sacred City and cultivated. Yi Qinghan went into seclusion again. Although he didn't know what Pan Xing was plotting, Yi Qinghan felt a deep sense of danger. He had to work hard to make himself stronger. The stronger the better. The most important thing now was to comprehend the remaining 3 laws of metal, wood and water to great success. Yaoji went into seclusion too. With her help, Yi Qinghan's cultivation speed would double after he entered the 5th level of soul quietude. Because all of the major figures of the immortal realm had gone into seclusion, the atmosphere in the immortal realm had become heavy. Countless people began to quietly go into seclusion, rubbing their palms, preparing for battle. Pan Xing, if you do this, more than half of the experts in the Pan realm will die. You've already made a mistake in the past. Are you still going to be obsessed with it? On the peak of Mount Pan, She looked at Pan Xing with disappointment. Pan Xing didn't even glance at her. When She was so angry that her body trembled and was about to speak again, Pan Xing said coldly, "You've already missed it once back then. What did I do wrong?" "Shi, I think you're wrong, ridiculously wrong." Shi's face turned red and she said angrily, "Do you still think you were right?" Pan Huang said that everything in this world has its own cycle of reincarnation. We just need to ensure that Pan realm is not destroyed and that the cycle of life is not destroyed. If it weren't for me stopping you, the entire divine world would have been annihilated. You are destroying the natural operation of the Tao of Samsara. Now you are forcing countless planes to participate in the war for a groundless matter. If this continues, the population and experts of the Pan realm will die in large numbers. Die in large numbers? So what if I destroy half of the lives in the Pan realm? Pan Xing laughed coldly. The murderous aura on his body condensed the air. He said arrogantly, "As long as Pan realm is not destroyed, even if a civilization is destroyed, even if all the lives in that plane perish, so what? Heaven and earth Yuan Qi can continuously give birth to new lives. In less than 10,000 years, countless races can evolve. In less than 100,000 years, this plane can be occupied by all kinds of races. In 1,000,000 years, a deity realm expert will appear in this plane. After 1,000,000 years, this plane will regain its prosperity. Back then, the god world was destroyed by this emperor and suffered great losses. Didn't they become stronger now? I am in charge of the laws and punishments of heaven and earth in Pan realm. The first thing I need to do is to ensure that Pan realm is not destroyed. You need to control the reincarnation path and ensure that the cycle of life is not destroyed. We each have our own responsibilities and will not interfere with each other. I want to ensure that Pan Realm is not destroyed and that the laws of heaven and earth are not chaotic. Therefore, I need to destroy all the dangerous factors that can break the laws and destroy Pan Realm. As long as Pan Realm is not destroyed and the laws of heaven and earth are not chaotic, so what if all the lives in the plane are destroyed? After millions of years, Pan Realm will naturally regain its prosperity. Pan Xing spoke passionately, then asked Pan Shi, "You always say that I am reckless. Let me ask you, did Pan Huang say anything when I annihilated the divine world's powerful beings back then?" Pan Huang didn't give any orders. What does this mean? It means that he has tacitly approved of my actions. You are twisting words and forcing logic. Pan Shi was infuriated by Pan Xing's words. She shook her head in disappointment and said, "Pan Xing, you are bedeviled. You are no longer suitable to manage Pan Realm. You are obviously afraid that there will be experts stronger than you in this plane and that they will take your position. You are afraid that the lives in Pan Realm, which you see as ants, will be on equal footing with you and even stand above you. Pan Realm's destruction? With Pan Huang around, can Pan Realm be destroyed? Why didn't Pan Huang give any orders? Because he has never cared about Pan Realm's matters. When have you ever seen him interfere with Pan Realm's matters? Turn back, Pan Xing. If you go on like this, you will really be bedeviled. By then no one will be able to save you." Haha, laughable, extremely laughable. Pan Xing raised his head and laughed wildly. He didn't care whether Pan Shi was right or wrong, and he didn't look at Pan Shi again. His eyes were filled with coldness as he glanced around the dimensional battlefield and said arrogantly, "The ants in Pan Xing's world dare to stand on my head? I am in charge of Pan Realm's natural laws. I have the right to kill and seize the lives in Pan Realm. Who can be my match? No matter what you say, don't even think about changing my will. Also, Pan Shi, I am warning you. You can care about your reincarnation, but don't interfere with my matters. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you." After saying this, Pan Xing walked straight into his small wooden house. The wooden door closed silently, leaving Pan Shi alone on the empty peak of Pan Mountain. Pan Huang has been here for so many years. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Pan Shi's beautiful face, which could dazzle the eyes of all the men in the world, was full of worry. She looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. Pan Xing has been bedeviled. Pan Huang, what should I do? That Emperor Han Yi of the divine world, it seems that he is the next divine emperor supreme you mentioned, but if this goes on, he will be discovered by Pan Xing sooner or later. His strength has not reached the level of divine emperor supreme. What if he is killed by Pan Xing? Pan Huang, what do you want me to do? Please give me your decree. This Emperor Han Yi from the divine world has reached the upper level of the 9th grade in such a short time? It seems that he is definitely going to be the next supreme god emperor. Pan Shi's eyes brightened. She looked towards the divine world and cried out in surprise. Her eyes flickered and became firm. She said softly, "No, I can't watch him die. I have to remind him not to enter the plain battlefield." Pan Shi looked back at Pan Xing's wooden house. She took a step forward and instantly appeared thousands of miles away. Then she took another step forward and disappeared from the plain battlefield. Chapter 1407. He comprehended the 6 high-level mysteries of the metal element several thousand years ago. I reckon it won't be long before he comprehends the ultimate mystery of the metal element. Little Han, your comprehension speed really leaves me speechless. If I was 1/10 as freakish, I would be a 9th grade elite by now. In the War Imperial Palace, Yao Ji sat cross-legged on the jade bed and looked at Yi Qinghan, who was cultivating. Her face was full of admiration and envy, but she wasn't too surprised because she was already numb to it. The comprehension of laws was always a pain in Yao Ji's heart. She could use the restrictions to resist 9th grade cultivators, and she could even use the restrictions in the Nifa's abyss to fight 9th grade supremes. However, it was a pity that she couldn't reach 9th grade or above. She had already comprehended most of the restrictions in the War Imperial Palace. She would have to comprehend it herself in the remaining time. A master could lead the way, but cultivation depended on the individual. She still needed a lot of time to reach the level of restrictions in the War Imperial Palace. That little girl from the Seductress tribe is quite honest. She has actually cultivated for more than 10,000 years. Little Han said that her strength has already reached 9th grade supreme being. and that she used the supreme technique of the seductress tribe and sacrificed several supreme beings to reach that level. Why is she still cultivating? Can she break through? Yao Ji probed Yao Fei through the restrictions in the War Imperial Palace, then looked at Yi Qinghan with a dubious smile. Yi Qinghan had only told Yao Ji about Yao Fei's existence. Although his explanation was very clear, Yao Ji still had her suspicions. Locking a ruler from a different plane in the War Imperial Palace, and saying that she didn't want to go back, and wanted to stay here until she became stronger before seeking revenge? Even saying that he had released her a few times, but she came looking for him? He didn't want to become enemies with the seductress plane, so he couldn't kill her or release her and could only lock her up? How old did he think everyone was? So gullible? If it weren't for Yi Qinghan's solemn vow and the fact that she couldn't afford to offend him, the enchantress would definitely laugh in front of him and express her strong doubts. Just as Yao Ji was smiling and shaking her head, preparing to continue comprehending the profound mysteries, Yao Fei, who was in her chamber, suddenly woke up. Her eyes were filled with killing intent and arrogance as she shouted towards the room, "Emperor of the divine world, come out. This empress has broken through. This empress wants to fight to the death with you." The moment Yao Ji heard this, she was bewildered. She had thought that this woman was someone Yi Qinghan had kept as a mistress and was planning to slowly tame. But to think that this woman would not break out of the Battle Emperor Palace to escape despite her strength. It was evident that she had feelings for Yi Qinghan. Thus, she glanced over and saw that Yi Qinghan was still in seclusion. Afraid that Yao Fei would disturb him, she controlled the restriction and teleported over. When Yao Fei saw that Yi Qinghan did not appear, but a beautiful woman appeared instead, she raised her eyebrows and asked curiously, "Who are you?" "I want to find your emperor. Have him come out." Yao Ji smiled and said, "The emperor is in seclusion. I'm afraid he can't come out right now." "Miss, are you the ruler of the Fei race?" "This empress is." "I'm not looking for you. Have your emperor come out. I want to fight to the death with him." Yao Fei was too lazy to waste words with Yao Ji. "Miss, I don't want to criticize you, but you are not a match for the emperor. In fact, you are not even a match for Emperor Xiaohe," Yao Ji said with a smile. She thought that Yao Fei was a little girl who wanted to quarrel with Yi Qinghan. Yao Fei coldly snorted and said, "Cut the crap. How will you know if you don't fight? Are you going to call me or not? If you don't, I'll smash his spatial divine tool." Yao Ji shook her head and continued to smile. "I said the emperor is in seclusion." Peng! A wind blade shot out from Yao Fei's body, slamming into the wall. In an instant, the restrictions within the Battle Emperor Palace began to flicker. Luckily, Yao Fei controlled her strength. Otherwise, the Battle Emperor Palace really would have been destroyed by her attack. Xiu. In the next second, Yi Qinghan appeared in the room. When he saw that Yao Fei had not attacked Yao Ji, he sighed in relief. Then he said angrily, "Yao Fei, do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Yao Fei was not afraid in the slightest. She continued to glare at Yi Qinghan with hatred and said, "If you want to kill me, you'll know after we fight. The one who dies might not be me." "Fine, I'll grant your wish. Let's go out and fight." Yi Qinghan controlled the restrictions within the Battle Emperor Palace and brought Yao Fei out of the Battle Emperor Palace. Then he shouted to her, "Let's fight in the boundless void." Yao nodded and the two of them flew into the sky. In an instant they had flown out of the boundless void. Yao Ji, who had teleported out, blinked and murmured in a daze, "Could it really be as little Han said? That this king of the demonic tribe is sick?" Yao Fei was naturally not sick. However, she was injured at this moment. She had suffered a vicious palm strike from Yi Qinghan, and all the bones in her body had been shattered. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body was plastered to a material plane outside the immortal realm. She was on the verge of death. "Are you satisfied now? Are you convinced? With your strength, I can suppress you with a flip of my hand. You won't be able to surpass me even if you cultivate for several lifetimes. Do you understand?" Yi Qinghan said fiercely as he glared at the pale-faced Yao Fei. If she had dared to hurt Yao Ji just now, or dared to act recklessly after leaving the immortal realm, Yi Qinghan would definitely have smacked her to death with his palm. However, Yao Fei completely ignored him. She sat cross-legged on the source power outside the material plane and healed her injuries. Then she said nonchalantly, Of course I'm not convinced. One day I'll be able to kill you. Alright, send me back. I'm going to continue cultivating. Back where? Yi Qinghan blinked in confusion. However, Yao rolled her eyes and said, back to your spatial divine item, of course. Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. After a moment's hesitation, he immediately cursed, Motherf asterisk cur, which part of me is your home? If you're not going to send me back, then kill me. Or I can go to the immortal realm to cultivate. Yao Fei said coldly with an indifferent expression. The hatred in her eyes was still etched into her bones. Yi Qinghan realized that he had no way of dealing with Yao Fei. Yao Fei clearly had the chance to capture Yao Ji to threaten him today, but she had not done so. This made him even more reluctant to kill her. Letting her go to the immortal realm to cultivate was even more impossible. In the end, he could only embarrassingly throw her into the War Emperor's palace. After staying in the endless void for a while, Yi Qinghan became extremely interested in Yao Fei. This was because he realized that Yao Fei's strength had actually increased slightly. Yao Fei did not seem like someone who would lie. Moreover, her words and actions were like those of a little girl who did not understand the ways of the world. If she was not lying to him, then her strength had indeed been forcibly raised by her tribe king and 3 grand elders through a supreme secret technique. Then how could her strength have increased now? A 9th grade supremacy. Even a normal 9th grade supremacy would find it extremely difficult to increase their strength by even a little, much less forcibly raise it. Was this like Yao Fei who had refined the primal chaos divine realm? Yi Qinghan knew that if he went to ask Yao Fei he would not be able to get any information out of her. He embarrassedly returned to the Flame Dragon City sky platform. There was only Yao Ji on the sky platform. It was clear that Yao Ji had forcefully sealed up the matter of Yao Fei. No one else had discovered it, or perhaps they had pretended not to have seen it. Heavenly Emperor, what is going on with this queen of the Fei race? Yao Ji asked as she looked at Yi Qinghan in confusion. From the conversation between Yi Qinghan and Yao Ji just now, Yao Ji had overturned the possibility that Yi Qinghan was keeping a mistress in his house. Yi Qinghan sighed and activated the restrictions on the sky platform. He told Yao Ji everything that had happened with Yao Fei. Yao Ji fell silent after hearing this. After a moment she raised her head and smiled, saying, Little Han, do you want to know how Yao Fei increased her strength? I have a way. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. At this moment he desperately needed to increase his strength. Even a little bit would be good. He hurriedly asked, What way? It's very simple. Yao Ji smiled seductively and said, You go in F***ck Yao Fei. Chapter 1408. F***ck, what kind of person do you think I am? Who do you think I am? That's a beast, that's a stud. I hate this kind of person the most. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and pursed his lips. Yao Ji covered her mouth and giggled. She looked at Yi Qinghan seductively and said, I remember that you also said the same thing in the dimensional battlefield, right? Big sister Zhu Yi told us that you righteously rejected her proposal, but you ended up sleeping with Bing Mir not long after? Cough cough. This is different. Let's not talk about this. Yi Qinghan laughed awkwardly, rubbed his hands and said, Bing Mir and I are a bit special. It was an accident, definitely an accident. What's more, Yao Fei and I aren't what you think we are. Can't you see that she hates me to the bone? Without love, where would hate come from? Little Han, you don't understand women at all. Yao Ji giggled and said disapprovingly, This Yao Fei clearly won't leave. You can't bring yourself to kill her, and she's determined to seek revenge on you. She won't be able to get revenge in this lifetime, so she'll follow you for the rest of her life? Instead of letting such a nuisance stay by your side, why don't you accept her? Accepting her would solve all your problems, and you could even obtain her supreme secret technique to increase your strength. Why not? Nonsense, no way. No way. Yi Qinghan waved his hands decisively. However, he subconsciously thought of Yao Fei's exquisite figure and appearance. However, when he thought of her gaze filled with hatred, he shivered all over. He shook his head, sighed and said, Let's not talk about this. Let's go in and cultivate first. I was about to reach great accomplishment in the ultimate mystery of the metal element, but Yao Fei interrupted me. Right, how long have I been cultivating in seclusion? You're about to reach great accomplishment? Only 15,000 years. Yao Ji said with a smile. Her eyes were filled with joy. With your help, it'll be impossible not to cultivate quickly. Yi Qinghan chuckled. He originally wanted to bring Yao Ji into the Combat Emperor Palace, but his body suddenly stiffened and his pupils constricted. He looked at the pavilion on the north side of the balcony in disbelief. On the rooftop of the fiery dragon city, Yi Qinghan had completely imitated the rooftop of the soul-devouring city to commemorate Lord Devour. At the same time, he thought that sitting on this rooftop would make his heart more peaceful. To the south of the rooftop was a rack of grapes, which was where Yi Qinghan and the enchantress were sitting. The northern part of the rooftop was filled with flower pots with countless fresh flowers. There was a pavilion at the very edge from which one could see the entire flame dragon city. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in the pavilion. The woman appeared without a sound, and it did not seem like she had teleported at all. There was not the slightest fluctuation in space, and it was as if she had always been standing in the pavilion. The woman was wearing a purple dress. She turned her face to Yi Qinghan, and she was gazing at the scenery of the flame dragon city. The woman was very beautiful, so beautiful that Yi Qinghan did not dare to look at her directly. He did not dare to have any thoughts of profanity. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens without a trace of human aura. But that was not important. The most important thing was that this woman Yi Qinghan was very familiar. This face had appeared in his mind vaguely, but it was still fresh in his memory. It was unforgettable. The woman in purple. The woman in purple who had sent a message to him in the plain battlefield, asking him not to do anything. Yi Qinghan looked at Yao Ji next to him and found that she had actually fallen into a deep sleep. His face was even more frightening. He knew clearly that this was not a dream. Although the woman in purple didn't release any aura, Yi Qinghan immediately stood up, cupped his hands and bowed. "Greetings, my lady." Of course, the woman in purple was Pan Shi. She had departed from the plain battlefield, but she didn't go directly to the god world. Instead, she had inspected each plane. As the God Emperor Supremacy, she controlled the reincarnation path of life in Pangaea. Of course, she had the right to inspect each plane, which wouldn't attract Pan Xing's attention. Of course, even if Pan Xing knew that Pan Shi had come out, he had no way to check her movements. Pan Shi was so confident about this. She couldn't be compared to Pan Xing in terms of competence, but Pan Xing couldn't compare to her in terms of supernatural abilities. Pan Shi turned around, her face indifferent. She said emotionlessly, "What's your name?" "My lady, I'm Yi Qinghan." Yi Qinghan's palms were sweaty. It had been years since he had felt such pressure. It was like the first time he had met Lord Devour in the Dark Castle. "Yeah, Yi Qinghan. You don't need to call me Lord. Just call me Pan Shi," said Pan Shi faintly. "What? Yes. Fairy." Yi Qinghan clasped his fists to greet, thinking that it was indeed the case. Pan Xing, Pan Shi, and the old man in sackcloth, there were 3 God Emperor supremacies. Pan Shi glanced at Yi Qinghan, her eyes as deep as the sea and as bright as the stars. It seemed she could read Yi Qinghan's mind. She said faintly, "You're right. I'm a God Emperor supremacy and so is Pan Xing. As for the old man in sackcloth, you'll know his identity later." "Yeah." Yi Qinghan felt that Pan Shi had seen through all of his secrets with just a glance. He felt his hair stand on end. Although he had so many questions, he didn't dare to ask anything. Pan Shi continued, "This time I came here to tell you that you'd better not step into the planar battlefield in the future. With your strange strength, once Pan Xing finds out, you'll definitely die. Even I can't help you." "Thank you, Fairy Pan Shi." Yi Qinghan bowed deeply again. He finally understood why Pan Xing didn't notice him. It must be Pan Shi who helped him. But he didn't understand why Pan Shi, a God Emperor supremacy, would help him. Could it be that she and Pan Xing were enemies? Also, why did Pan Xing want to kill him? Was it really because of his soul mutation? Yi Qinghan didn't dare to think about the cold boundary. He didn't know if Pan Shi knew about it or not, but he knew that Pan Shi could easily know what he was thinking. So he didn't dare to think about it. As expected, Pan Shi easily knew what was on Yi Qinghan's mind. After a moment of silence, she said, "I know you have many questions, but you don't need to know them now. Just keep cultivating and don't step into the space battlefield. In the future you'll understand everything." Yi Qinghan didn't dare to say more, but he still couldn't help but ask, "In the future? When is the next time?" "When your strength reaches the level of a God Emperor or a Supreme. Yi Qinghan, cultivate hard. Panshi looks forward to our next meeting. Panshi smiled faintly. Her beauty was enough to topple cities. Even the flowers in the surroundings paled in comparison. Then she took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept out and discovered that Panshi had actually disappeared from the divine world. Oh, Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept around a few times to make sure that Panshi had left. Only then did he wipe the cold sweat from his palms. He looked back at the sleeping Yao Ji and smiled bitterly. Panshi came and left quietly. She answered some of his doubts but also brought him more doubts. Chapter 1409. After Panshi left, Yi Qinghan didn't wake Yao Ji up. Instead he sat alone on the rooftop and began to ponder. Panshi came. Although she only said a few words, the information contained in her words was immense. At least Yi Qinghan confirmed that there were 3 divine emperors, Panshi, Panxing and the hemp-robed old man. Right? It seemed that the hemp-robed old man had a higher status? When Panshi mentioned the hemp-robed old man, she seemed to be very respectful. One thing was certain. Panxing knew of his situation and would definitely kill him. Or rather, if he made a move and was seen by Panxing, a great battle was unavoidable. However, there were even more doubts in Yi Qinghan's mind. Why did Panxing want to kill him? Why did Panshi help him? Why was Panshi so sure that he could cultivate to the level of a divine emperor? Was the hemp-robed old man friend or foe? What did the hemp-robed old man mean? After sitting on the rooftop for a long time, Yi Qinghan thought for a long time, but still couldn't come to a conclusion. 2 hours later, Yao Ji slowly woke up. Her beautiful eyes blinked and she asked in confusion, "Little Han, why did I suddenly fall asleep?" "Hehe, you must be too tired." Yi Qinghan smiled gently, pulled Yao Ji up, stroked her bangs and said with a smile, "Let's go to the War Imperial Palace. I'm going into seclusion. Rest well and don't think too much." Yao Ji knew that she couldn't fall asleep from exhaustion. Moreover, she wasn't tired. However, since Yi Qinghan didn't want to explain, she didn't ask. After entering the War Imperial Palace, Yi Qinghan directly went into seclusion. Yao Ji looked at his chiseled face. Although she knew that he was hiding many secrets, she understood that Yi Qinghan wouldn't harm her. He was hiding things for her own good. Yi Qinghan came out of seclusion very quickly. He was about to master the metal element ultimate mystery, and if Yao Fei hadn't interrupted him, he would have mastered it in a few hundred years at most. After more than 800 years of seclusion, he opened his eyes. After coming out of seclusion, there was not the slightest hint of joy in Yi Qinghan's eyes. Instead, there was a solemn expression on his face. Beside him, the Yao Ji immediately put down the restriction book and asked, "What's wrong, little Han?" He was stuck with the ultimate profound mystery of the metal element. "You haven't mastered it yet?" "No, it took a few days for it to reach greater mastery." Yi Qinghan shook his head. His brows furrowed and he sighed, "I'm in big trouble." "What big trouble?" The temptress raised her eyebrows. She knew that Yi Qinghan had a lot of secrets, but if he didn't say anything she would never ask. Now that he had asked, the temptress was naturally concerned. "I don't know what to say. Let me take a look first." Yi Qinghan shook his head again and closed his eyes. This time they were in big trouble. There was a problem with the cold realm. The cold realm had stopped evolving. 3 days ago he had mastered the ultimate profound mystery of the metal element law. Yi Qinghan habitually probed the cold realm. However, he found that everything in the cold realm had stopped. The whirlpool of space had stopped rotating. The cold realm had stopped expanding. The countless planes inside had also stopped evolving. It was as if everything had frozen. This scared Yi Qinghan to death. The cold realm was the source of his power. If something happened to the cold realm, not only would he lose his strength but he would also lose his life. Even if nothing happened and the evolution stopped, his strength wouldn't improve. If he had to face Panxing in the future, what could he use to fight him? However, he used his divine sense to probe the cold realm again and again. However, he didn't find anything. It was as if the cold realm had suddenly stopped revolving. The cold realm had become very big. It was as big as several hundred planes of the immortal realm. The biggest plane inside was as big as 1/10 of the flame dragon plane. Originally, everything was progressing in a good direction, but now this sudden turn of events made Yi Qinghan tremble with fear. After searching a few more times, Yi Qinghan still didn't find anything. After pondering for a moment, he moved his mind and entered the cold realm. Yao Ji's pupils shrank. She felt that Yi Qinghan didn't use the War Imperial Palace's restrictions to teleport out. She swept the War Imperial Palace with her divine sense but didn't find Yi Qinghan. She couldn't help but be surprised. In the cold realm, Yi Qinghan stood in the air. He looked around. He looked at the stars in the sky, the planes of different sizes. He looked at the countless space whirlpools. He looked at the cold power dancing in the middle of the plains. He was extremely confused. He silently walked in the void, looking at the lifeless cold realm, feeling a little lost. With a thought, he entered the largest plain and stood on a barren land. Looking at the barren plain, he stood there silently for a long time without saying a word. Cold power, come. After a long time, Yi Qinghan shouted. A ball of cold power suddenly appeared in his palm. He casually smashed it in the air. Immediately, the space in the plain was torn apart. It almost broke the plain. Then Yi Qinghan smashed the ground. Dust flew up. Yi Qinghan stood alone on the barren land. He looked at the slowly falling dust with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Water element, come. A moment later, Yi Qinghan made a grabbing motion with one hand. The water elements in the world rushed towards his hand and flowed downwards, turning into a stream, then into a pond, and finally into a vast ocean. Scatter. Earth element, come. Scatter. Metal element, come. After repeated practice, Yi Qinghan confirmed one thing. As long as he comprehended the ultimate mystery, the laws in the cold realm would be complete. The elements inside would be incomparably abundant. Is it because I haven't comprehended the laws of time? Has time stopped inside? Is that why it stopped expanding? Derivation? Yi Qinghan pondered for many days and came to this conclusion. However, the cold realm didn't have the laws of time. How could he comprehend the laws of time? After staying in the cold realm for half a month, Yi Qinghan still hadn't discovered anything. He could only leave the cold realm to see if he could comprehend the laws of time. Buzz. Yi Qinghan's sudden appearance in the War Emperor Palace gave Yao Ji a fright. However, she also heaved a sigh of relief. Yao Ji didn't say anything. She just looked at Yi Qinghan, waiting for his explanation. I'll explain it to you later. Let me think about it first. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly at Yao Ji. He walked straight to the stone tablet of the laws of time. His eyes lit up. He began to comprehend the basic mysteries of the laws of time. The laws of time were divided into 5 basic mysteries: time force, time reversal, time acceleration, time stop, and time eternity. Yi Qinghan first looked at the stone tablet of the laws of time. However, after several hundred years, he still didn't comprehend anything. Yi Qinghan wasn't convinced. He turned and walked to the stone tablet of the laws of time stop. After 300 years, he still didn't make any progress. Time reversal, time acceleration, time eternity. Yi Qinghan spent more than 1,000 years, but there was no sign of comprehension of the laws of time. And the cold realm was still without any signs of derivation. Yao Ji, how long until the planar war starts? Yi Qinghan stopped comprehending and asked Yao Ji. Yao Ji calculated and said, about 20,000 years. 20,000 years. Come, let's go for a walk. Yi Qinghan stood up and said decisively. Where? Yao Ji was stunned. Yi Qinghan blinked in confusion and said, the endless void. Let's go to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. I want to figure out a problem and find an answer. Otherwise, my strength won't improve anymore. Chapter 14:10. Yao Ji didn't say much, and the two of them flashed into the War Imperial Palace. Yi Qinghan summoned a group of people and told them that he was going to wander around. He had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, and he decisively didn't bring anyone else besides Yao Ji. Zhou Yi and the Beast God had already refined the Chaos Divine Crystal, and their strength had reached 9th grade supremacy. In addition to Ice Queen Yi Feihu and Xiao He, there were many elites in the Immortal realm, so Yi Qinghan wasn't worried. He took Yao Ji to the Soul Emperor Pavilion and went to the Endless Void. Yao Fei was transported out and thrown into a side hall on the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yao Fei seemed to be in deep seclusion, and didn't realize that her cultivation place had changed. Where are you going, little Han? Yao Ji looked at Yi Qinghan inquiringly. Yi Qinghan shook his head and said, I'm just going to wander around wherever I go. Just don't stray too far from the Immortal realm. Send me to the top of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Keep an eye on Yao Fei. When she wakes up, tell me immediately. Yao Ji immediately teleported Yi Qinghan out. She furrowed her brows and continued to comprehend the restrictions. To her there was no difference. The only difference was that the location of her comprehension had changed from the War Emperor Palace to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. However, she occasionally looked at Yi Qinghan at the top of the Soul Emperor Pavilion with some worry in her eyes. Yi Qinghan stood at the top of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, his eyes dazed, and he didn't move. He was in a strange state and he began to search for a solution to the problem of the cold domain. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was neither fast nor slow, and it turned into a shooting star that wandered aimlessly in the endless void. Time passed quickly and 20,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The atmosphere of the immortal realm became even more solemn. Winds blew and clouds flew. The planar war was about to begin. Countless elites gathered in Flame Dragon City, waiting for the planar war to begin. Countless martial artists in the immortal realm were excited. The overall strength of the immortal realm had increased greatly. Although no lower 9th grade sovereign had broken through to upper 9th grade in tens of thousands of years, and the news that Emperor Han Yi wouldn't participate had spread throughout the immortal realm. But the immortal realm had Emperor Xiao He Ice Queen, Queen Zhu Yi Beast God and Yi Feihu. With 5 9th grade supreme martial artists, no one thought that the immortal realm would lose. If the divine world won, they would once again have the right to attack another plane. The demonic plane had already become the divine world's territory. The divine world's immigrants had already spread out there. After so many years, the divine world had completely occupied the demonic plane. If this planar war once again gave them the power to attack other planes and continue to occupy them, the god realm would very likely be restored to its former glory. Outside of the immortal world, it was a scene of joy. However, Flame Dragon City was covered in dark clouds. How could it be described with just the word worry? The planar wars would begin in half a year. Yi Qinghan had left for over 20,000 years and had yet to return. He hadn't even brought back a single piece of news. Boss, where did you go? Didn't he say that he would return before the planar war? I'm dying of anxiety. As an emperor of the divine world, Xiao He did not have the slightest demeanor of an emperor. His face was filled with irritation. On the rooftop of the Flame Dragon City's city lord residence, the 5 9th grade supreme martial artists sat under the grape trellis. They had been waiting for several years, but there was no sign of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. No one responded to Xiao He's irritation. The other 4 subconsciously looked at the sky. Yi Qinghan had quietly become the pillar of support for all the experts in the divine world. Everyone felt that as long as Yi Qinghan was around, they did not need to worry about anything. Although Yi Qinghan had said that he would not participate in the war. But with Yi Qinghan overseeing the divine world, everyone would be extremely at ease if they went to participate in the war. In the sealed God Valley there was also a gloomy atmosphere. Although Yi Qinghan often went into closed-door training in the divine world, even if Yi Qinghan went into closed-door training for hundreds of thousands of years, no one would feel anything. Now that he had disappeared for 20,000 years, everyone felt empty and incomparably uneasy. Buzz. Finally, under everyone's anxious gazes, 3 months later, a golden 9-story pagoda broke through the sky of the divine world and slowly descended. The 5 people on the rooftop and the women in the sealed God Valley were instantly overjoyed. They immediately flew out to welcome Yi Qinghan's return. However, only a bewitching woman walked out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yao Ji smiled bitterly and said, "The Heavenly Emperor is currently in closed-door training in the reincarnation plane. He sent me a message to ask Heavenly Emperor Xiao He to bring Queen Zhui Ice Queen and Lord Yi Feihu to participate in the war. Lord Beast God will oversee the divine world. In addition, the Heavenly Emperor also said that Zhui will be in charge of the planar battlefield. He also asked Heavenly Emperor Xiao He to listen to Queen Zhui's suggestions." Everyone looked at each other. However, since Yi Qinghan had sent a message back, everyone felt slightly relieved. Since Yi Qinghan had already given the order, there was nothing more to say. They started to make their own arrangements and prepare for the war. Xiao He asked anxiously, "Yao Ji, where is my boss? What happened? Why did he go out for tens of thousands of years?" Yao Ji smiled bitterly and said, "Little Han's cultivation has reached a bottleneck. He said he wants to travel around. Once this bottleneck is over, he will naturally return. He didn't tell me the specifics." Yi Qinghan's order was passed down. The divine world immediately moved. A million Yi family soldiers started to charge towards Supreme Island. Xiaohei brought Ice Queen Zhu Yi Feihu, and the 3 upper grade 9s of the Water God tribe base Wind Moon Monarch Pollock. With Yao Ji's help, they entered the Nifa's abyss and rushed towards the planar battlefield. Zhu Yi boss told me to listen to you. What do you think we should do? How should we fight this war? After entering the planar battlefield, the Divine World Army stationed themselves outside the Demon Mountain. Wind Moon Monarch started to skillfully set up restrictions. The other grade 9s all entered Zhu Yi's spatial artifact. When we reach the planar battlefield, you and Xiaohei will bring Ice Queen into the Demon Mountain to kill alien beings. With Xiaohei's ability you can easily get 5 million points in 90 years. When we enter the final battle, don't join in. Just one Moon Queen will retreat. Zhu Yi thought back to what Yi Qinghan told Yao Ji to tell her. She took in a deep breath and said, once Wind Moon Monarch sets up the restrictions, we will scout the situation nearby. Emperor Xiaohei, you and Ice Queen will head into the Demon Mountain to collect points. The rest of you will defend here. Yi Feihu, Base Pollock and the other 2 blinked their eyes and felt a little sad. Hearing Ice Queen's tone, the others who came to the planar battlefield were basically just decorations like last time. They all knew Emperor Xiaohei's strength. If they entered the Demon Mountain they would easily get 5 million points. When the final battle ended they would just come here to sightsee. Emperor Xiaohei, bring me along. Base Pollock looked at Xiaohei. He had refined the chaotic god crystal and his strength had reached peak grade 9. He was nearly grade 9 Supreme Elder. He felt that his strength had increased greatly and wanted to show off his skills. If there was any fun staying here. No. Zhu Yi's brow furrowed and she said decisively. Kid Yi Feihu and the Pollock immediately turned into frosted eggplants and became listless. Zhu Yi was appointed as the army's commander by Yi Qinghan. Xiaohei listened to her and the things she decided couldn't be changed. A month later, Xiaohei, Zhu Yi and Ice Queen walked into the Demon Mountain under numerous bitter gazes and started to collect points. Chapter 14:11. On the peak of Mount Pan, the wooden door of the small wooden house on the right suddenly opened. Pan Xing was dressed in black and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His gaze was like lightning as he glanced around the Demon Mountain and sneered. He grinned coldly and said, the 43 planes that we defeated last time are all here. I don't believe that I can't find you. Pan Xi was right. Pan Xing also knew that the 3rd God Emperor was about to be born. Moreover, it would be born from the living beings in the plains. This made Pan Xing very unhappy. Pan Xi and he were the first 2 people to attain Dao. In his eyes, all living beings in the plains were like ants. He had the absolute right to kill them. Now an ant was about to crawl out and sit on the same level as him. Most importantly, Pan Huang didn't care about anything. He controlled the laws of heaven and earth while Pan Xi controlled the cycle of life and death. What did the new God Emperor care about? Millions of years ago he had already made a huge mistake by forcefully killing the 10 ancient races in the divine world. He was afraid that the new God Emperor would snatch his position. Therefore he had to kill all the experts that could threaten his position. His divine senses scanned the Devil Mountain again and again, observing the experts from different planes. He was looking for the expert that broke through the barrier of Pan Realm. To be able to break through the barrier of Pan Realm, his strength had already reached a terrifying level. If he was given more time to grow he would definitely reach the level of a God Emperor. The life form born from the Slaughter God Saber actually became stronger again? He is a living being born from the Slaughter God Blade and is not part of the 5 elements. He is not qualified to become a God Emperor. He is not a threat. When Pan Xing's spiritual sense swept within Pan Mountain and saw little Black and Zhui Ice Queen walking quickly, his spiritual sense paused for a moment. However, he didn't care and continued to sweep elsewhere. This beastman's strength has also reached the level of a 9th grade Supreme? In the previous planar war he was still a 9th grade Supreme. Could it be him? Pan Xing's divine sense stopped at a place, and he decided to pay special attention to this orc powerhouse. The strength of the Dark Shadow race is also very strange. Pan Xing glanced around the Demon Mountain and locked his eyes on the 5 strong warriors. His divine sense followed the 5 of them without blinking. He wanted to find the moment when the 5 of them broke through the boundary of the Pan Realm and then kill them openly. These points are so easy to obtain. Xiao He stood in the Demon Mountain tunnel and looked at Zhu Yi and Ice Queen who were collecting points. His face was filled with delight. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen were just two coolies. They didn't attack at all and just followed behind Xiao He to collect badges. For Xiao He to evolve, he needed large amounts of energy. This was why each time he faced an enemy, Xiao He would attack while Zhu Yi and Ice Queen would watch. Xiao He's strength was too strong. Be it low-level martial artists, 9th grade martial artists or 9th grade supreme venerables, Xiao He could sweep through all of them. In just a short span of 30 years he had already obtained hundreds of thousands of points. Go! Xiao He saw that Zhu Yi and Ice Queen had finished collecting. He turned into an afterimage and dashed forwards. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen looked at one another and smiled bitterly before dashing forwards. With Xiao He here there shouldn't be any problems. Yi Qinghan stood in a gray and blurry space with a calm expression. He wasn't in the reincarnation plane but the place that caused his soul to explode and form the cold world. It was the gray space that the space whirlpool connected to. He had already stayed here for more than 20,000 years. Back then when he was in the endless void he suddenly had a thought. He felt that he might be able to find the reason why his frost realm had stopped evolving. Thus he asked Yao Ji to send him to the reincarnation plane, and he brought Yao Fei into this space through the Yellow Springs River. Yao Fei sat beside him and cultivated alone. She wasn't wary at all and wasn't worried that Yi Qinghan would kill her or violate her. To her, as long as she was by Yi Qinghan's side, it didn't matter where she cultivated. As long as her strength increased she would be able to kill Yi Qinghan. The weird thing was that Yao Fei wasn't affected by the weird soul attack in this gray space. Yi Qinghan thought that she wouldn't be able to take it and would ask to leave. But now she had been in secluded meditation for 20,000 years and nothing had happened to her. Cold world, Yi Qinghan sighed. He searched for a way to undo it in this space. He searched for 20,000 years but he didn't find anything. The cold world still stopped evolving. He looked at Yao Fei and started to walk nearby. His speed was really slow like a lonely traveler walking in the desert. He couldn't find his way, he had no direction. Now 5 million points should be enough, right? Within the Devil Mountain, Blackus stood at the entrance of a passageway, staring at the countless experts from different planes. His eyes were filled with a green light, like a hungry wolf that saw a flock of sheep. Half a month ago he, Ice Queen Zhu Yi, and the other two had encountered several mantis armies in the tunnels. Then they actually found a tunnel with a colored pattern nearby. Following it, they found out that it was indeed the mantis army camp outside. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen sent their spiritual senses out and realized that there was only one grade 9 supreme martial artist. Killing intent surged and space power gathered as they flew forwards. Let's see who can kill more. Before the two of them attacked, Xiao He had already flown out. In midair, his body turned into a blue dragon, roaring as he pounced into the mantis army. His target was the general, the grade 9 supreme martial artist. God Emperor, what kind of monster is this? 3 supreme martial artists? Run! There weren't many people from the mantis army this time, only 1 million low-level warriors and 10 grade 9 experts. Although they had barely won the last planar war, the plane's vitality had been greatly damaged. Seeing 3 grade 9 supreme martial artists attacking them, how could they not run? Ice Queen's body had already risen into the air. Her beautiful body danced in the air and snow filled the sky. The fleeing cultivators instantly slowed down. Could these low-leveled cultivators fight against grade 9 supreme martial artist? Xiao He released his full aura and they couldn't run even if they wanted to. There was no suspense in the battle. With Xiao He's domineering attack after the grade 9 supreme martial artist was killed, the rest of the mantis warriors could only wait for death. The badges scattered all over the mountain fell like snowflakes. After Zhu Yi killed an upper 9th level martial artist, she let out a long sigh. It seemed that she could safely pass through the dimensional war this time. After the 3 of them collected the badges, they calculated their points and found that they had more than 5 million. They didn't enter the Demon Mountain tunnel anymore and just sat cross-legged, waiting for the battle to begin. Tens of years later, a white light enveloped the 3 of them. They were teleported to the stronghold in the divine world. 1 million Yi family soldiers stood neatly on the mountain peak. When Yi Feihu and Jida saw Xiao He and the others, they were overjoyed and asked, "Emperor Xiao He, Queens, did you get the points?" Blackie stroked his hair and swept it back. He said in an extremely flirtatious manner, if this great emperor were to make a move, wouldn't the points be easily obtained? Hehe. That's right, that's right. Yi Feihu and Jida looked at each other. They were happy but disappointed. It seemed like they didn't have the chance to show off their skills. As expected, Zhu Yi immediately gave the order to stand guard and wait for a month before announcing their withdrawal from the battle. All the armies of Pan Realm, listen up. The rules of the Plain War have changed. All of you must participate in the final battle and continue to get 1 million points to be considered as winning the plane. You can withdraw from the battle. Those who don't participate will be considered as losing. Just at this moment, a cold and murderous voice rang out in the Plain War like thunder. It shocked Zhu Yi and Ice Queen so much that their faces were filled with fear and shock. Chapter 14:12. What is Pan Xing trying to do? There were questions everywhere in the planar battlefield. In the past planar wars, such a thing had never happened. In the last planar war, 2 sovereign spiritual treasures had been sent out, which made many people suspicious. This time they actually broke the rules and changed the rules. Many mediocre dimensions cursed silently. It was not easy to get enough points in Devil Mountain. More than half of the Dimensional Legion's powerhouses were dead or injured. Now that they were going to participate in the final battle, it was obvious that they were going to die. For example, Yao Mu and Yao Concubine from the Fairy Plane wanted to die. Yao Fei had gone to the Divine Realm and would never return. They did not have the guts to go there to look for her. If they angered the 2 great emperors of the Divine Realm, the fairy tribe would really be exterminated. This time they received the god's message and wanted to participate in the dimensional war. The fairy tribe sent out all their powerhouses. In Devil Mountain, more than half of them were dead or injured. Except for 2, all the rank 9 powerhouses were dead. It was not easy to get 1.5 million points, but now Pan Xing wanted everyone to participate in the Battle Royale. If they participated in the Battle Royale, it was very likely that they would all be annihilated. If they did not participate in the battle, they could only surrender and go back to wait for the powerhouses from other dimensions to attack. If the Divine Realm happened to attack, then it would really be Mother Aster's. In fact, the shock of the Divine Realm Legion was no less than that of the Fairy Army. Except for the Yi family army, the 3 powerhouses from the Water God tribe, and Night Tiger Jida and Pollock, who did not understand the situation, everyone else's expressions changed. Even the usually careless Xiao Hei's expression became gloomy. Zhu Yi knew very well that in the last dimensional war, Yi Qinghan said that they could not fight under Mount Pan because he was worried about the Divine Emperor Supreme. This time he was determined not to fight, and it must be because of Pan Xing. Pan Xing's 2 strange behaviors proved this point. Pan Xing was looking for someone, and it was very likely that he was looking for Yi Qinghan. Zhu Yi's mind worked like a spark. Although there were countless doubts in her mind, she immediately analyzed the cause and effect of the matter. Pan Xing was looking for Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was not here, so the Divine Realm Legion should be fine. The question now was, should he participate in the final battle? If they didn't participate, the God World would be defeated. But with Xiao Hei and Yi Qinghan, no other existential plane would be able to take down the God World. Given Xiao Hei's temperament, it was very likely that he would go berserk under the stimulation of the atmosphere in the bloody Gobi Desert. The Divine Realm might be able to win, but it was possible that a great deal of damage and uncertainties would occur. In the end, Zhu Yi chose to participate in the battle. Because if he didn't participate in the battle, he would attract Pan Xing's attention. There were so many experts in the Divine World. If he didn't participate in the battle, wouldn't he be exposing himself? Therefore Zhu Yi said to Xiao Hei solemnly, Emperor Xiao Hei, can you suppress your murderous intent in the bloody Gobi Desert? If you can listen to my orders, you will follow us. If not, you will stay here. Xiao Hei muttered to himself for a moment. He also knew that the situation was serious. In the chaotic battlefield, demons were everywhere, and he wasn't sure if there were any experts from other dimensions who could restrain him. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, I won't take action unless it's absolutely necessary. Good. Everyone listen to my orders. Everyone in the bloody Gobi Desert must listen to my orders. Those who don't, even if they don't die in the dimensional battlefield, I will ask Emperor Han Yi to kill them when we get back. Do you understand? Zhu Yi's murderous intent swept across everyone's faces. Her expression was extremely serious and strict. Everyone, including Yi Feihu and Kid, felt a chill in their hearts. They shouted in unison, "Understood." Everyone knew that Zhu Yi wasn't such a heartless person. She definitely did this to bring everyone in the Divine Realm army back to the Divine Realm safely. Zhu Yi waved her lily-white hand like a majestic general. She shouted delicately, "Let's go. Target, the Bloody Gobi Desert. Arrow formation, march at the slowest speed." The Divine Realm army began to march down the mountain in an orderly manner. They were mighty and covered the mountains and plains. A team of scouts at the front spread out and began to investigate the situation in all directions. Xiao He and Snow Queen Zhu Yi were in the middle of the army. 3 upper grade 9 warriors from the Water God race were in the vanguard. Yi Feihu brought people to cover the rear. The Bloody Gobi Desert was below Mount Pan. It circled around Mount Pan, so it was very easy to find it. They just had to run towards Mount Pan. The Divine Realm army moved very slowly. Anyway, Pan Xing said that they had to participate in the war, but he didn't say whether it would be fast or slow. They didn't care about how long it would take as long as they could get 1,000,000 points. The various dimensional armies charged towards Mount Pan in a straight line. They didn't meet a single army along the way. As for the Divine Realm army, they were as slow as an old bull. They didn't even meet a single martial artist. Half a month later, the Divine Realm army finally saw the Bloody Gobi Desert in front of them. Everyone looked over and their faces were filled with shock. Even the Ice Queen, who was like an ice statue, was shocked. Bloody Gobi Desert. What entered their eyes was a sea of red. Blood red. Blood energy floated in the sky. Blood water flowed on the ground. No, it was a sea of blood. There were creatures from other planes and corpses everywhere. Broken limbs, brains, and organs were everywhere. The thick smell of blood in the air made everyone feel nauseous. It also made their blood boil and a red glow appeared in their eyes. Hong. Kill. Kill, kill. Die. Kill you. There were people fighting everywhere. Humans, beastmen, half-beastmen, metal men, aliens, beasts, monsters. All sorts of weird creatures had red eyes as they fought on the ground, and in midair. Destruction power, light power, time power, various elemental powers, all sorts of attacks formed in the air, on the ground, and on the ground. Colorful god crystals, space rings, and all sorts of emblems danced in the air. The Bloody Gobi Desert was like a scene from hell. One didn't dare to look directly at it, but they also couldn't shift their eyes away. One couldn't bear to look at it, but at the same time they really wanted to go in and kill. "All of you don't move. Retreat 1,000 miles. Zhu Yi's murderous voice rang in the ears of everyone in the Celestial World Army. Everyone shuddered and came to their senses. They looked at Zhu Yi only to see a pair of cold, beautiful eyes. "Retreat." Xiao He also shouted. His aura instantly enveloped the Celestial World Army. He knew that if the Celestial World Army continued to watch the battle, they would all charge in and become killing tools. They would either kill everyone inside or perish. Outside the Bloody Gobi Desert, there were also countless armies that were smart enough to quietly retreat to watch the battle. Zhu Yi's divine sense locked onto an army that was tens of thousands of miles to the left. After a moment's consideration, she shouted, "All troops, advance to the left. Kill that scorpion army and retreat immediately. Remember to stay true to yourself. After killing them, retreat immediately. Otherwise, only death awaits you. No one can save you." Zhu Yi looked at the mountain in front of her. It was clear that it was impossible for the Celestial World Army to not start a battle here. They could only obtain 1,000,000 points as soon as possible and retreat immediately. The Celestial World Army immediately rushed forward at full speed. Xiao He also did his best to suppress the urge to kill in the Bloody Gobi Desert. He charged to the left. Kill, kill. Kill to your heart's content. At the peak of the mountain, Pan Xing stood on the edge of the cliff. He looked at the hellish scene below with a cold smile. His face was filled with cruelty. His gaze was like lightning sweeping across the experts of the various armies. He grinned coldly and said, "You broke through the barrier of the Pan realm. No matter how well you hide, I will dig you out. Even if I have to destroy all the experts of these dimensions, I will find you and kill you." Chapter 14:13. Xiao He, kill the 2 9th grade supreme martial artists and retreat immediately. Remember my words. Don't kill any low-level martial artists. Yi Feihu, the 3 of us will go all out and kill the 9th grade martial artists. Jida, you don't discriminate. Suppress the enemy's low-level martial artists. Retreat after 3 rounds of attacks. 1 million Yi family soldiers, listen up. Later all of you will attack as a group and attack indiscriminately. After 3 rounds of attacks, if the enemy is completely wiped out, you will immediately collect points. If not, all of you will retreat. You are not allowed to collect a single point badge. Everyone remember this. Those who disobey my orders will be killed without mercy. 1 million people were running wildly. Killing intent circulated in the crowd, condensing into a soaring momentum. Zhu Yi's expression was still extremely calm as she passed down her orders to everyone. Everyone could hear the seriousness in Zhu Yi's words. They didn't dare to slack off and committed it to memory. The experts began to lock onto their respective targets from afar and prepared to attack. 50,000 miles. 30,000 miles. 20,000 miles. Xiao He, do it. Zhu Yi bellowed. Xiao He's body flew out like a dragon. In midair, he turned into a blue dragon and engulfed the 2 9th-grade supreme scorpion demonic beasts at the front. The front was densely packed with scorpion demonic beasts. Their bodies ranged from 2 meters to dozens of meters long. They had 10 legs and their eyes were cold and eerie. Their scorpion tails were raised high with a dark luster. None of the scorpion demonic beasts spoke. There was no fear in their cold eyes either. When Little Black whizzed out, all the scorpion eyes and scorpion tails immediately rose up high, and then they all lit up. The darkness element in the surroundings frantically gathered towards the more than 1 million scorpion tails, and then streaks of black light like black lightning shot towards Little Black. What kind of momentum was this when more than 1 million black arrows were shot at the same time? The space of the dimensional battlefield was extremely stable. However, the black arrows created tiny cracks that looked like scars. It was as if the sky was being torn apart. It was hideous and terrifying. The 2 black arrows at the very front were especially frightening, as if they were going to destroy everything. Xiao He sneered. His body immediately faded and became transparent. More than 1 million black arrows whistled past his body, but they did not harm him at all. However, Xiao He seemed to have forgotten something. Behind him was the great army of the Immortal realm, but Xiao He couldn't care less. In an instant he enveloped the 2 9th-grade supreme martial artist scorpion kings at the front. Slow down. Yi Feihu, defend. Everyone attack at full range. Zhu Yi did not panic in the face of the black arrows that filled the sky like a swarm of locusts. He let out a few deep roars and waved his hands, sending out a 1,000-layer wave that was tens of thousands of meters tall. Ice Queen had flown into midair and her beautiful body started to dance. The snow and wind landed and covered the 1 million black arrows, forcefully slowing them down and reducing their strength. Kid shouted, and the countless invisible dark dragons around him flew forward silently. Their target was the few black arrows with the most overbearing momentum. The 3 from the water god race also formed many water pillars. The water arrows smashed towards their respective targets. The million Yi family army's actions were really simple. They hollered in unison and their bodies started to move. They stood in the positions that they had practiced countless times, forming a weird battle formation. He raised his hand and pulled out his blade. God power was released and 100 blade lights shot out. The lights connected and shone upon one another. They were like electric arcs that added on to one another, doubling their strength. This was something that Lei Zhen and Emperor Yu had extracted from various battle formations and spent tens of thousands of years practicing. Yi Feihu's hands moved like lightning in the air. A 10,000-meter tall beast tore open the space and appeared in front of the army, forming an iron wall to protect them. However, Yi Feihu's defense was obviously superfluous because the more than 1 million black arrows had all been intercepted. Ice Queen's sky full of snow caused the black arrow's speed to slow down and its strength to decrease by a lot. Zhu Yi's attack was even more domineering. When a 9th-grade supreme martial artist attacked with full force, the black arrows were like a small boat that encountered a huge wave. Not to mention the attacks of the 3 from the Jida water god race, the Wind Moon Monarch Pollock. More importantly, the 2 strongest and most powerful black arrows had suddenly and soundlessly collapsed. 2 9th-grade supreme martial artists and so many 9th-grade martial artists blocked the attacks of some low-level martial artists. How could there be any accidents? Boom. When the 1 million saber radiance of the Yi family army came whistling over, the 1,000,000 black arrows were swept away by the 1,000,000 saber radiance with the momentum of a whirlwind. In an instant all the black arrows were shattered and collapsed. The 1,000,000 blade lights didn't lose any momentum, and they whizzed toward the scorpion magical beast army. Gulp, gulp. The scorpion army at the front finally let out two strange cries. They were the cries of the two 9th-grade supreme martial artists. Xianxia had already enveloped the two demon beast kings and started to corrode and swallow them. The two demon beast kings could not continue controlling the black arrows because of the pain, and they collapsed immediately. The scorpion king rolled on the ground in pain and let out creepy cries. The scorpion army was in chaos. Their king was attacked, but they could not do anything. How could they not panic? Boom! Millions of saber lights whizzed over, drowning the scorpion core. Colorful energy waves blossomed in front of them, intertwining with the black power of darkness. The surrounding sky trembled, turning into ripples that spread in all directions. Everyone attacked 3 times in a full range. I'll kill you while you're down. Zhou Yi was never a soft-hearted person. Her ability to grasp opportunities was unparalleled in the divine world. As he roared, he once again formed a 10,000-meter-tall 1,000-layer wave, which surged towards the scorpion army with overwhelming momentum. Go! The Ice Queen was still dancing in midair. But this time it was no longer a sky full of snow. Instead, it was a sky full of lethal ice arrows that covered the scorpion army. Kill! Yi Feihu's 10,000-meter-tall beast leaped down from the sky and pounced into the scorpion army. It did not chase after the scorpion monarch's rank 9 powerhouses. Instead, it bombarded a group of low-level scorpions. The Kid Water God clan's 3 upper rank 9 powerhouses, Pollock and Wind Moon Monarch, followed closely behind. The 1,000,000 Yi family army started waving their blades again. 1,000,000 blade lights shot over and covered the sky. No one was worried that their attacks would hit Emperor Xianxia. Of course, Xianxia was not afraid either. Every time he attacked, his body would turn transparent. The 2 rank 9 supreme scorpion monsters were hit immediately. They had just endured the attack and wanted to escape when Xianxia enveloped both of them again. After 3 rounds of attacks, more than half of the panicking scorpion army's low-level martial artists were killed. More than half of the rank 9 powerhouses were dead. Only a few upper rank 9 scorpion monsters and a small number of low-level beasts were still alive. They were covered in blood as they escaped in all directions. As for the 2 rank 9 supreme beasts, half of their bodies had been corroded by Xianxia. They could not hold on any longer. Zoosh. Still want to escape? Die. Yi Feihu saw that someone was escaping. His body flashed and he immediately chased to the left. The 3 Water God clan's eyes turned red as they chased to the right like lightning. More than half of the Yi family army's martial artists' eyes turned red. They actually left the army and chased to the scorpion army. Everyone seemed to have forgotten the countless orders that Zhou Yi had given them. The martial artists' eyes turned red again. Their bodies were filled with murderous intent. They seemed to be addicted to killing. The strange aura under Mount Pan and the death of the 1,000,000 scorpion army finally made some of the Divine Realm army's suppressed bloodthirsty and murderous urges to break out. Chapter 14:14. What Zhou Yi was most afraid of was the God World army going berserk. This was why she emphasized many times from the start that they could only attack 3 times before retreating. She was very clear that there was a strange aura in the bloody Gobi Desert under Mount Pan, which could involuntarily stimulate a person's bloodthirsty impulse to kill. It was okay if they didn't attack, but if they did, the chances of them going mad would increase by several folds. If they fought a few battles in the desert, they would turn into killing machines that wouldn't stop until they died. This was why, although Zhou Yi really wanted to fight and rip all the enemies apart, she suppressed her emotions. However, she still suppressed her emotions and shouted at Xianxia, "Emperor Xianxia, stop devouring them. Quickly release your aura and suppress them." Although Xianxia had been fighting, he didn't kill a single person. His soul was still clear, and when Zhou Yi shouted at him, he hesitated. However, he thought about how Yi Qinghan told him that Zhou Yi was in charge of everything. He gave up on swallowing the 2 grade 9 Supreme Scorpion Kings. His body turned illusionary as he flew into mid-air. A huge aura pressed down and covered everyone in the God World army. Even Yi Feihu, who was flying in mid-air, was pressed to the ground and couldn't move at all. "All of you listen up. If you don't listen to my orders and attack, you will be killed." Zhou Yi's ice-cold voice rang out in everyone's ears. She then said towards Ice Queen in midair, "Wake them up." Ice Queen waved her hands and snow fell from the sky, landing on the faces and bodies of all the God-World army. Instantly the people who charged out came back to their senses. Their faces were filled with shock. "Now listen to my orders, all troops retreat and leave this place. Emperor Xiaohe Yi Feihu and the 3 from the Water God race lead the army. The other grade 9 collect the emblems." Zhu Yi let out a long sigh and her body swayed. She licked her lips with lingering fear and the blood in her eyes faded. It was really too dangerous just now. If she was a little slower, if Xiaohe hesitated for a moment. Once Yi Feihu and the God-World army broke free from control. Once the pursuit began, their bloodthirsty madness would spread to the whole army. Even he himself would eventually join in the slaughter. The end result would be, the whole army would unknowingly enter the bloody Gobi Desert. Xiaohe felt that it was a pity. He cast a glance at the 2 9th-grade Supreme Martial Artist Scorpion race members who were fleeing far away. Then together with Yi Feihu and the others he led the army and began to retreat. Zhu Yi, Ice Queen, Wind Moon Monarch, Kid and Pollock were left to do hard labor to collect the badges. Zhu Yi also felt that it was a pity that a 9th-grade Supreme Martial Artist had escaped. However, without Xiaohe holding the fort, Zhu Yi couldn't be at ease with the million-strong army. Madness would spread. Once one person went crazy and was not suppressed, everyone else would go crazy. Almost all of the Scorpion Legion of more than 1 million had been killed. There were not only white emblems but also many blue emblems. There were also 7 or 8 black emblems, which was enough for 1 million points. After Zhu Yi finished collecting the points, she brought everyone back to the army and immediately shouted, "The Celestial World Army has accumulated enough points, requesting to withdraw from the battle." Buzz. A white light covered all the warriors of the Celestial World Army. When Zhu Yi and the others opened their eyes, they realized that they were at the peak of Mount Pan once more. There were actually many armies that had already withdrawn from the battle or surrendered. This time there are many planes that we have never seen before. There are also many planes that participated in the previous battle. Ice Queen swept her gaze and then transmitted her voice to Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi nodded her head and didn't say a word. The Celestial World Army stood there silently and waited for the arrangements. Xiaohe suddenly transmitted his voice over. "Zhu Yi, which plane are we attacking this time?" "This time we won't attack the plane." Zhu Yi's voice transmission confused Xiaohe. Zhu Yi glanced at Xiaohe and then transmitted her voice over. "Your boss told me that we will accumulate war merits. If we win 10 times in a row and don't attack the other planes, we can use our war merits to exchange for supreme spiritual treasures." "Supreme spiritual treasures? What?" Little Black transmitted his voice in confusion. Supreme spiritual treasures were not very useful to him. Attacking the next plane and allowing the people of the divine realm to reproduce endlessly would produce more experts. This was more important than any supreme spiritual treasure. "Let's talk about it when we return." Zhu Yi didn't explain. How were they going to talk about this here? Did they tell Xiaohe because they were worried about Panxing? In the past, the ancient god world ruled so many planes and in the end they were nearly wiped out. This was a lesson. God world could win but they couldn't expand anymore. If not, they would end up like the 10 races. After waiting for a few months at the peak of Mount Pan, there were over 30 armies. Panxing's words finally spread over. "Those who win will face 1,000 meters in front of you and hand in your points." Zhu Yi walked forward and threw all 3 million points into the cylindrical pit. Then she didn't choose a plane to conquer. She just retreated. The rules of the planar war was that if you didn't choose a plane, the war merits would automatically accumulate. After Zhu Yi handed over the badge, she stood in front of the God World Army with a cold expression. Her heart was filled with fear, anxiety and worry. She was afraid that Panxing would suddenly send a bolt of purple lightning to engulf the God World Army and blast them into smithereens. It was not until a burst of white light enveloped them and teleported them to the lava valley that cold sweat poured down Zhu Yi's forehead. As the commander-in-chief of the army, she was the one who felt the most pressure because she had guessed the most. Since they left the peak of Mount Pan alive, it meant that Panxing didn't discover anything. The God World had survived this calamity. The God World Army started to teleport to the Nifa's abyss in an orderly manner. Zhu Yi watched as groups of martial artists teleported back to the God World. She felt more and more at ease. When Xiaohe also teleported away, Zhu Yi was completely weakened. Her body went limp and her face was filled with exhaustion. Yi Qinghan had asked her to lead the God World Army to participate in the war. It was equivalent to putting a heavy burden on her delicate shoulders. If something happened to the army and Xiaohei, she would definitely choose to die with them. She didn't have the face to go back and see Yi Qinghan. Half of the armies of the 43 plains perished. Your 22 armies are very smart. They didn't enter the bloody desert to fight. But even if you can escape this time, can you escape again? At the peak of Mount Pan, Pan Xing's expression was cold, but his eyes were filled with anger. He had searched for more than 90 years but still couldn't find anyone who could break through the barrier of Pan Realm. Out of the 5 people he thought could break through the barrier of Pan Realm, 3 died this time. The other 2 didn't notice anything strange either. If they lost the planar war, they would become a defeated plane and be attacked by other planes. He believed that even if that person suspected that he was targeting them, they would still go all out and not allow their plane to be defeated. Therefore, Pan Xing decided that in the next planar war, the 22 defeated planes would continue to participate in the war. Pan Xing swept his gaze across the battlefield and laughed coldly. If I can't find you in the first planar war, then I'll do it twice. If I can't find you twice, then I'll do it 3 times, 5 times, or even 10 times. This emperor wants to see how you can hide when all the experts in your plane are about to die.